Hello, hello. Please say hi as you jump on. Let me know what's in your cup. I'm having my chai rooibos herbal tea per usual. Hey, Kathleen. And now I've got hiccups. Gotta love that. All right. So welcome. Oh, you guys can't even see that, can you? It's in my, I don't want to drop this on my, my cards. That would be bad. Oh, anyway. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so welcome everyone. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to move this over just a little bit. Because it looks like my, it's hard to see the mat. Okay. Hopefully that's in the right spot. All right, so good to have you guys on today. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm going to give everybody just a couple minutes to jump on here. So if you're watching this later in the replay, you can fast forward a little bit till you see me start. If you're watching this live, there's a little live red button up here, which is great so that you know. And that's also awesome because you can actually chat with me while we're here on the video. But I highly recommend that you comment whether you're on live or not, because I do drawings for all of my commenters. Based off your comments, we do drawings for a free product. So if you don't comment, you can't win. So definitely make sure you're commenting, and that'll get you in the drawing. I do one drawing live and one a week later, so that those of you that watch the replay have a chance to. All right, so that said, we are going to be doing today the super adorable monthly class, and this one is using the Peekaboo Forest stamp set. Super cute cards. Can't wait to do this. If you got the kit, we'll be going over that here in just a second. If for any reason you didn't, you can still get the PDF from me. So just feel free to shoot me a text if you're interested in that. Hello, hello. Hey, Jennifer. You've been on before, right, Jennifer? I think. Am I crazy? I think I recognize that name. So for those of you that have never been here before, hi, I'm Jeri Mobley, or at least these are my hands. You can also find me at Shameless Stamper all over the web. So I'm at shamelessstamper.com. If you want to shop with me, also you can find me here on Facebook and at YouTube at Shameless Stamper. So just check me out wherever you want. I am here on Facebook live Saturday and Sunday every week, most Fridays, and now I'm even on Tuesdays doing Tip Tuesdays. So 3 to 4 days a week you can catch me here on Facebook Live or on YouTube or Facebook in replays. So check those out wherever you wish to do that. And I do lots of different kinds of videos. We do cards, we do scrapbooking, we do 3D projects, I do technique videos, craft organizing, fun folds, you name it, we do it. So come here for some great creative inspiration throughout the week. All right. Also, if you guys ever want to know what my schedule is as far as my upcoming lives goes, you can go to my live tab. Sorry, not my live tab, my events tab. That's the wrong one. Events tab. You can go to my events tab and that will bring up all of my upcoming events. Also, I have a calendar that you can get too. And so just let me know if you're interested in that by texting me, and I will get that to you as well. And we'll talk about that at the end as well. Okay, so like I said, we're doing the Peekaboo Forest class today. So for those of you that purchased the kit from me, it looks like this. And this is how it always comes. The printed off PDF is in here. Of course, I email it to you as well. And all of your card kits are in here, super organized. I'll show you that in just a second. So let me move this stuff out of the way so you guys know what we're doing here. By the way, you're going to need a couple of inks for this project. They are all on the PDF, so you should have those in front of you, but they are Pool Party, Old Olive, and Early Espresso, as well as black, whatever black you want to use. Okay, so that said, this is what the kit looks like. You're of course going to need your Peekaboo Forest stamp set and whatever sentiments you want to use. I today am going to be using the Right Words, which is one of our new stamp sets, and I'm also going to be using the She's the Greatest, He's the Greatest stamp sets. These are really great for Mother's Day, Father's Day, Grandma, Aunt, Uncle, whatever, all the things, right? Like, these are amazing. If you guys don't have these two stamp sets, I highly recommend you get them. They are a wonderful staple. I don't know if you can see all those sentiments, but they're the mix and match style, and they are great for everything, for everyone in your life, even just like friends. So great, great, great set for all of us to have, and you can mix and match them with other things you have as well. So we're going to be using that too. All right, so this is what the kit looks like when you order this from me. What you're going to want to do, if you've never done this before, is flip it over, open it up, and then flip it back over and pull it out like this, because everything is in order. And if you keep it in order, it's a lot easier. All right, so on top is the PDF. I'm not going to go through this, but it does have all of the recipes for each of the cards in here. So it's a 3-page PDF. The top one tells you all of the tools and stuff that I use, like the dies, etc., to make everything in the kits in case you want to reproduce those. You'll know exactly what I used to make everything. It's all in there. So check that out at your leisure. All right, now in here, you're going to have an extra piece of our thin, or not thin, but our regular white cardstock. So not the thick, but the regular. And this is in case you're going along and you're trying to stamp on one of these die cut pieces and you make a mistake. You can always stamp here, and if you have the dies, you can cut those out, cut it out with your dies, or you can just fussy cut it out, and that way you have a little bit better image in case you mess up on the ones that I sent you. So an extra piece, if you don't end up needing it, then you just have some extra white that you can use on some other card. So that's always nice. Okay. You also have a little baggie in here with small parts. I highly recommend using some sort of tray, even if it's just a paper bowl, something to keep track of all the little pieces. Now these are kind of large, so I'm going to pull those out, but the rest of this, we've got a lot of little tiny flowers and things in here. You're not going to want to lose those parts, so be sure to pop all this in here so that you can get to that in a little bit here. All right, then we have everything in the cards. They are in order, so you have all 4 projects that we're going to be making today if you ordered the kit here. Again, if you want the PDF sent to your email because you want to make the cards and you didn't order the kit, you can always get any of my PDFs at any time. So if you ever see a card class or a card club that you did not purchase from me but you want the PDF, please let me know. I'll be happy to hook you up with that. Okay, so we're going to set these off to the side, and we're going to start with our first kit on top here, which is our interactive card. This is a pop-up card, and so you have a little pop-up. This is the most complicated, but you can do it, I promise. If you get behind doing any of the cards, just know this. It's going to be on replay, so you can come back and watch it again later. So just don't stress out. Do what you can first time around, and then come back, watch it, pause it as you need to finish the card if necessary. Okay, so I'm not going to take too much time because I don't want to go too slow for anyone, but also I want you to be comfortable knowing that you'll be able to watch this on replay either here on Facebook or on YouTube. Okay, so this is the one we're going to start with, which is this one right here. For this card, we need the whatever stamp set you're going to use. I'm going to use the I Miss You Already from The Right Words. Oh, I forgot. And I'm right now drawing a blank on what set it is that has the pull in it. Oh, shoot. I can't think of what it is. I've completely spaced it. Does anybody know what recent set? And I don't know if it's current or if we just retired it. I did not write it down. Don't you hate it when you do that? But if you have any set that has pull, you can use that, or you can just write it on there if you want to, or you could even attach like a ribbon or something that kind of shows that they, or just write a little arrow going up, whatever works for you, so that they know that they're supposed to pull that, okay? The other thing you're going to want to have handy is a circle punch. It doesn't really matter what size, to be honest. Just something around the 1 to 2 inch size will be fine. If you don't have a punch, a die will work as well. But I highly recommend it. It's not necessary, but it is nice to be able to grab a hold of this with your thumb and not have, you know, just this little tiny sliver sticking out. So why did I not cut that for you? Well, because you have to be able to line everything up just perfect, and I wouldn't be able to do that ahead of time for you. So just trust me, it'll be fine. If you have any size punch in particular, I recommend that, or you can use a die. But a punch would be the preference, and somewhere around 1 inch to 2 inches is a good frame of reference. I'm trying to remember what size I used on this one. I think it was this one. This is my 1 3/4 inch punch, and that'll do just fine. Okay, so are you guys ready? Okay, so I told you the inks. You're also going to need some blends. We're going to be using, you can use whatever colors you want, of course, but the ones that I chose to use are as follows. I'm going to be using Basic Black, which I don't have a label on this one, sorry. Whenever I get a new marker, I always try to put the labels on, but I don't always have time, so I haven't relabeled this one yet, so I apologize for that. It happens. Look, see, it happens all the time. Smoky Slate is another one you're going to maybe probably want to have handy. Crumb Cake. My son's unloading the dishwasher. That's what you just heard. Cups going everywhere. Pecan Pie. I am also going to use dark or deep, depending on what... I think I did this like a long time ago before they renamed them, and I had done it as dark, but it is now, I believe, deep. I'm not sure, but it's the 100. It's the darkest one from our like natural tones that we have. Whatever you want to use, it doesn't have to be that, but I'm going to use that too. And then, of course, Real Red, which you're barely going to use, but we're going to use a little bit for the top of our little woodpeckers. By the way, I don't see woodpeckers around here very often, mostly because we don't have any like tall trees that you can really see. We have a lot of foliage type trees, like the shorter ones in this part of the country. And so, but this morning when I was outside, I heard one in the tree next door very distinctly. So I know he was over there, but I couldn't see him. And I thought it was super funny because I was like, oh, I'm doing a card with woodpecker on it. So that's pretty funny. Anyway, you guys do whatever you want to do with this. Okay, so we're going to grab everything out of our envelope. We're, of course, going to be stamping on our envelope as well. And I chose to stamp the little hedgehog on here. You guys, you can do whatever you want for these cards, but I thought that was super cute, so we'll be doing that. Then we have, if you're going to stamp pull on this guy, you can go ahead and do that now. Also, we're going to stamp on, you have two pieces of green. One is lighter. That's Granny Apple Green. Throughout this whole thing, you're going to see two different colors of green. One's Granny Apple. The other one is Old Olive. So we're going to stamp on the Old Olive piece. And we're going to stamp on this piece for our trunk. We're also going to stamp on this for our sentiment. I'm going to set the rest of that aside. From our little tray, we need one of these little branch pieces. We're going to be stamping on that as well. And we're going to need a woodpecker. So here's one of the woodpecker pieces. We're going to need one of these early espresso pieces, but I'm going to set that over to the side. And last but not least, I believe that's all of it. we're going to need this piece right here. So you could tell it's kind of the little spiky one. That's the one we need for our little hedgehog or porcupine, whatever you think that is. I think it's a hedgehog, but whatever you want is fine. Okay, I think that's all the pieces we need right now to get started. So let's go ahead and get started with stamping. Now I'm going to set this one aside just because I don't know what I did, which stamp set that is. Did anybody figure that out for me? Because I forget what it was. I can't believe I forgot. I'm sorry. I'll have to look it up later and post it if I can't think of it. You missed it? It's okay, Marcia. You can always order the PDF if you'd like. And I was trying to think. I don't think I have an extra. No, I don't have an extra. By the way, speaking of extras, I always forget to do this, but I do still have an extra layout because I had some people pull out. So I have an extra Everyday Arches and an extra Dinosaur or Darling Dinos. If anybody wants these 2 layout kits, I do have those available. But I don't have any extras of this one, so sorry about that. Okay, so, but I'll just do this one later, so I'm just going to set that aside for now. You can do it after very easily because it pulls up above the card base. You can easily stamp on this after the fact or write on it, whatever you want to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our stamping done. I'm going to do the black pieces first. So I'm going to start with, actually, I just have one black one, I think, on this card. Yeah. So that's my little woodpecker. And if you missed this video, I am using a blank white ink pad with Memento re-inker on it for my black ink. And so I'm going to be doing this for a while. So if you watch my videos for the near future, I'm trying this out for a while, and then I'm going to make a decision about whether or not I like my original Memento pad with a felt pad or if I like the sponge pad better. It's taking a little bit of adjustment in my muscle memory to remember that this is a sponge pad when I'm doing black, which is so funny. You wouldn't think I'd have to, but I do have to think about it consciously. So anyway, I'm going to try that. So we're going to grab our woodpecker from our stamp set, and we're going to stamp. So be very gentle if you're using this style of pad, but it does give you a darker stamp. Oops. Ta-da! I really do think I like it. I'm getting used to it. I think I like it better. All right, so let me clean this off. Oh, let's see. Doesn't look like anybody remembers what stamp set. Does anybody remember what stamp set the pull came from? Because I forgot to write it down, and I've slept since then, so I don't remember. Go figure, right? Okay, so there's our little woodpecker. Now we're going to move over to, let me close this up. We're going to move over to our Early Espresso ink pad, and we've got several things to stamp with this. First off, we're going to be stamping our little hedgehog. So I'm going to grab my hedgehog out of here. And we're going to stamp, make sure that my envelope's going the right way, because yesterday I totally messed up and did my envelope upside down. So I'm going to put this as close to the bottom as I can. So it looks like his little paws are just going right over the edge. And then on this piece, you can see the little paws cut out. And we're going to just line that up. Just like so. Okay. We're also going to do, we're going to be coloring on him, so I'm going to leave him over here as well, and the envelope. Then we're going to do our tree. So for the tree, we, of course, need our tree stamp, but we need 2 pieces. We need this piece and this piece. And while I'm in here, I'm also going to grab my branch, because we're going to be doing that one on this piece as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and get these on. I'm going to end up using my E-block for the tree. It's quite large, actually. I'm going to do it at a little bit of an angle because this sticks out quite a bit. Now, you're probably not going to get the root on most of these things that we're going to be stamping today just because of the style that I did, but you can totally use the roots if you're doing it on a different kind of card. So for this one, I used bush underneath most of the trees. So it just showed like a portion of the tree, but so that's all that matters for me. But just so you know, you can do that. So we have that piece. We're also going to use this little extra piece here to expand our tree and our little branch. Okay. So I'm also going to grab a piece of scratch paper, old mail, whatever you have. And we're going to ink up this stamp. Now it's a big ink pad, so this is early espresso still. I like to flip it over when it's a really big block. They're heavy when they get really big. So we're just going to make sure this is really well inked up. That looks good. And I'm going to stamp so that I just have maybe about 1/2 inch or so up from or below the circle. Okay. So about like that. And then I'm going to take this stamp and I'm going to add this above. You just want to try to line up these two outside lines in particular. And I might turn it. No, I think I'm going to leave it going this way. Okay, just like that. So it just extends the tree a little bit. Okay. I'll set that aside for right now. And we're also going to do our branch in the early espresso. How are you all doing? Oh, you know what? That's hard to see in the dark. I'm going to bring this back. It's easier to see with white outlining it. Just like that. So there's our tree branch, and we're actually done with that piece, so I'm going to move it over to the side. And then we are going to grab our old olive. You could also use mossy meadow if you don't have old olive. It would probably work fine. Maybe even granny apple green would work fine. This is old olive though, so I really like to kind of stick with the exact color. Okay, for this one, we have a stamp in here that is the actual leaves. Oh, whoops. We also need, sorry, this one right here, which is the two little leaves. All right, so for this one, I'm going to grab, actually, I think either an E block or if you have the I block, it's a little bit longer than this, so that'll work better. So I have that one. And then this one you can use like a little A or B block. Whoops, I just knocked those all over. Okay, so we're going to use this stamp and we're going to line it up with our tree top here. So just go slow. Get it lined up. Hopefully I did that right. I think I got off. Yep, I sure did. Oh, well, it's close enough. Well, I don't know. Do I want to try to fix that? I think I'm going to try. It's a little better. Okay, so there's our treetop. And then I'm going to take this piece. Now I'm going to be putting the circle right about here, so I'm not going to stamp right in that area. But I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, somewhere in there, little groupings of leaves on my tree here. And I'm going to try to twist them around in different directions, just so that they're different, right? So wherever you want to put them, it doesn't really matter. You do you. Just some leaves. It kind of helps out with the whole look. Okay, so we've got that piece done. And then, oh, I forgot the sentiment piece. We do need our early espresso for that. I apologize. I totally spaced it. So we're going to go ahead and grab our early espresso again. And I also use the early espresso for the pull, but again, you can use whatever you want. It's chilly and rainy there where Carmen is, and Marcia says it's hot and humid. It's warm here, so I feel ya. Okay, so I'm going to use the I Miss You Already from the Right Words stamp set, but you can use any sentiment you guys want. Sorry, somebody just knocked very loudly on my door, even though I have a sign that says don't do that because my dogs are going to go baloney. They do it anyway. It's probably Amazon because, you know, some of their drivers don't read. I'm sorry, that was not nice. Oh. All right. There we go. She's not listening to you. I don't know why some of them feel like they need to bang on the door so darn loudly, but they do. So there you go.
I blame Stampin' Up.
Oh, is it Stampin' Up stuff? Yeah. So it was actually like the UPS guy.
Yeah.
It was the UPS guy. Must not be the regular UPS guy. Okay. So now we're going to do some coloring and stamping, or not stamping, cutting and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to start with this piece. Now, some of you might be going, well, wait, aren't there like dies for this? Yes, there are. So if you stamp the tree as is, just this piece, then yes, you can use this die to cut that out, okay? However, if you do it like this, that won't work because you don't have the rest of the tree and yeah. So we're just going to do some really simple fussy cutting for this. By the way, if you make a mistake on one side, you can always flip your paper over and try doing the tree again. Maybe practice a little bit on another piece if you're having trouble lining up your lines until you get used to it, okay? So this is super simple. We're just going to fussy cut outside, just a little outside of the line, and I just try to keep it generally smooth. And cut from one end to the other, right? Same thing on this side, super simple. Just try to stick with the outside line, just outside of it. Basically, same spacing, however you want to do that, okay? Then you can either use your punch here and punch through this using your Stampin' Pierce mat. So you can punch a hole in the center and then take your scissors and cut an X. Or you can use your X-Acto knife if you have your crafter's tip, whichever you prefer. So I just like to make an X. Again, I'm using the Stampin' Pierce mat, or any kind of self-healing mat is a good idea for that. You can also go around the edge with this if you prefer, or you can use your scissors. Whatever you guys want to do will work fine. So I just like to go around the edge. I'm better with my scissors than I am with an X-Acto knife as far as trying to stay around the line. But whichever one works better for you is fine. I should probably go this way, shouldn't I? Now that I'm thinking about it. So you can see what I'm doing. So however you want to make a hole in the center and then cut or slice your X in there and then just cut out the center. You can, of course, use the die for that section if you prefer. It's just easier for me to just do it like this. It goes faster. Okay, so now you have your little tree ready to go. And we're ready to get started. Oh, wait, we have to color these. I totally forgot, sorry. Okay, so we're gonna color these just real quick. I'm gonna just put my little thing on there just to, it kind of holds them from sliding around. Okay, so for the woodpecker, I did the top with the Real Red Dark, this little crest right here. Then I took the black, and I'm going to use the, whoops, sorry, that's Smoky Slate. The light black. So this is the light black. I know it doesn't have a label on it, I'm sorry. So you can't see it, but this is the light basic black. And I am going to come in here and do, you can do it however you want, but I'm basically going to do the back side, the wing, and then a little bit of the belly kind of area like that. And then I'm going to take my Smoky Slate Dark, and I'm going to start at the bottom of the belly and come up because I want to blend it up. And then I'm going to take the next one, which is the light Smoky Slate, and I'm going to start at the bottom and also blend up. And then I'm also going to do the beak in that color. So you'll see this change over time. It's going to get a little bit lighter out as it sits. And so you can add shadow and lightness however you want, but that's kind of how I did that one. Okay, then I'm going to take my crumb cake light and my pecan pie. And I've also got my 100, so whatever, deep, dark, whatever you want to call it, the 100 from the Naturals. So I actually took this one and I just went around the outside where the spines are. Just like this. Okay, and then I'm going to pull from the bottom and make some spines using that color. So you don't have to stay directly on the lines that are already there, but just in general going in the same direction. And then I'm going to take the dark pecan pie and I'm going to do something similar. Just like that. And then I'm going to take the light pecan pie and I'm going to blend all of that. Make sure you go over all of it if you want it to blend. It is going to lighten up all of it. It's part of the blending process, and that's fine. Still going out kind of in a spiky situation, but I want to make sure I blend really nicely too. Okay, so that's going to create our fun little look of all the spines and the different shadows and all that kind of stuff. Then we're going to take our crumb cake and I'm going to do all of him except for his muzzle. I'm going to leave his muzzle the color of the cardstock. So I'm going to do his little paws, and this is supposed to be crumb cake light, but I just grabbed crumb cake dark. So I'm just going to finish the other paw since I screwed up. And hold on, don't do that though, okay? I grabbed the wrong one. I'm going to go back over it with light. That'll lighten it up a little bit. Okay. But I want to do the rest of him. I don't want to use the dark. I want to use the light. So we don't want it to be super strong. I mean, I guess you could if you prefer the dark, but I like the light. I think it turned out best with this basic beige that I used. So it's probably not going to matter if you get all the way down to the bottom, just because we're going to actually be cutting a little bit of that off probably, but get as much as you can, if not all of it. Okay. So there's our two little pieces, our two little colored pieces. What's not just you? I'm having more trouble finding your lives, you know, since they started messing with Facebook. Okay, so here's what I recommend, if you haven't done it already, is bookmark my Facebook page. If you do that, then, sorry, I'm just noticing that kind of did a funny coloration thing. I'm gonna make sure that I go back over this. Did I just like do something weird? I don't even know. Huh. I wonder if that's where the tape was and it's just not coloring as well. That's so bizarre. Okay. I've never had that happen before. That was so weird. I looked down and it looked funny. Okay. So, yeah, I would bookmark my page, and then that way you can just go straight to the page and then refresh until you see my live come up, and then you can join the live. So that might help you out. I don't know. I don't know if that's what you guys were talking about, but yeah. There's no such thing as easy fussy cutting. Yes, there is, Marsha. The more you do it, the easier it will get. Trust me. I promise. And I'm sorry you guys are having trouble finding me. That's unfortunate. Okay. Hey, Geraldine. Hey, everybody. Sorry for those of you that I didn't get to say hi to. All right, and I just remembered I forgot my envelope, so I'm going to just grab my little piece of cardstock that I stick in my envelopes real quick, and I'm going to color him the same way I colored this guy. Now, just so you know, our envelopes are a little bit different paper, so the colors do settle a little bit different in this paper, but I'm still going to do basically the same thing. So just go around the outside with the deep or dark, whatever you call it. Make the little spikes. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Okay. Take the dark pecan pie and add to that. Normally I try to pull out and up because that makes it look a little bit more like a spike, but you know, if you go the other way, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. All right, and then I'm going to take the light pecan pie and just try to blend that even further. Filling in a little bit more densely, at least. Just like that. And then I will grab the light, make sure I grab the right one this time, the light crumb cake, and we're gonna do all of his face except for his muzzle. And then his little paws. Okay. Easy peasy, right? So cute. Okay. So there's our envelope done. Just like that. All right. Now we're going to grab our card base. And we're going to go ahead and fold that. Yeah, so Lisa, if you find my page and my live doesn't show up, just refresh until you see it pop up there at the top. Also make sure you have the newest thing showing. That helps sometimes. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to add this insert to the inside. Yes, you can stamp on this if you'd like. I did have an idea of stamping like the edge of the tree on the edge of the inside and then putting the little woodpecker there. I think that'd be super cute. So if you guys want to do that, by all means, go for it. So there's our insert. I'm going to skip it for right now just to save time. Okay, so now we've got to do all the things, right? So I'm going to stick these little pieces up here. Okay. So the first part of this is we are going to add our background. No, let's see. It's been half a second since I've done this, you guys. You know I do this like 2 months ahead of the actual class, and I have to remember what I did. Okay. That's crazy, right? So what we're going to do, I think you guys can see this. There are 2 layers of dimensional. Sorry, I have hiccups. There's 1 layer between the brown and the blue, and that gives your little guy space, this piece space to move. But then you also want a layer between the blue and the green so that this little piece has the ability to move as well. And so we're going to be adding these pieces together. So what is that going to look like? So basically you have this piece that's going to go here. And as long as you've got it kind of equally spaced, you're probably going to be fine. But I do like to use this piece real quick to just kind of figure out where this is going to be. And I think I want it about there. So if you want to mark right here with a piece, with a pencil, always have a pencil handy in your craft room for this kind of stuff. So I'm going to put my base piece here. I want to make sure that my tree bottom is covered by the bushes, and just barely, okay? And then I'm going to mark where that is so that I can't lose it. I'm also going to mark my opening here. Easy peasy, right? Okay, just like that. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to make a slit. Now, you don't have to go all the way to the bottom. If you have a X-Acto knife, I think the better way is to use your X-Acto knife. However, if you want to use scissors, you can. Just poke a hole. Sorry, let me show you what I'm talking about. Just poke a hole and then use your scissors to cut down. But an X-Acto knife is easier. So you can also use your trimmer. This works with that too. So I'm just going to use the X-Acto knife though, and I'm going to make a slit. So I'm going to, sorry, I'm just remembering I need to put this on here. No, I'm going to do this first. Sorry, I'm trying to think through my process. Okay. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to make a slit. Not all the way to the bottom. And I'm going to do about a 1/16 of an inch, 2 lines. Do they have to be perfect? No. And then I'm just going to cut across so they connect. So we're pulling out a little sliver. And this is just, in my opinion, a little bit faster than using a trimmer, but you can do this with a trimmer, you can do it with scissors, whatever works for you. Okay. Then we're going to take this piece and we're going to add it on here. Okay. So right where the circle is, we just want to make sure that's covered up, just like this. And you can actually go back in and cut a little bit of that out too, in line with this slit. You just need a little bit of space. You don't need a lot. All right. See that? Perfect. All right, then we're going to take our extra piece of cardstock, this piece right here, and we're going to cut from the short end, we're going to cut a half-inch piece off the bottom, or any scrap piece that you have. It doesn't really matter what color. I like this thin white, just because it makes for a little bit thinner piece. So I'm going to cut a couple of, probably, I'm going to go with 1/2-inch pieces. So we're basically making 2 1/2-inch squares. Okay, and you can keep this for a sentiment for some other time. And then I'm going to come back in here and I'm going to score these in the middle. This is our little mechanism that we're making. Okay, so I'm going to grab, so if you're getting behind, just watch, and then you can always come back and do the stuff later. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this piece, and I'm just going to take this. This is a full card base long, but you don't actually need that much space. So we're just going to take this and we're going to start here because I feel like it's easier to do it that way. I'm going to pretend like I've got this. If you want to hold this down with some washi tape, just so you don't want to stick it down yet, okay? But if you need to hold it down so you have a frame of reference, you can. Just like that, okay? So we're going to stick this piece here, line it up, just like this. If you've stamped it already with the pull, make sure you put that pull up here. I don't stamp it until I'm done. I just think it works out better. I can always trim it that way, and I feel like it works better. Okay, so we're going to put this here. And we've got, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to put this back. Let's put this back on here and just see where this falls. All right, I'm going to go ahead and mark the bottom of my window. Just the bottom lightly. I can always get rid of that. I just kind of want to see where I'm putting this. All right, so what you want is you want the bottom of your window or your little guy to be right at the base of that window, okay, like this. All right. So if you want to use, I'm going to use this piece for this. If you want to use this little guy and hold him down, that's where he's going to be. That's where you want him to be, is right. You want him to stop right at the base of that window, okay? So if I'm going to pull this out, I'm going to pull this up to about here. I'm trying to see how far up it went. Yeah, about 3/4 of an inch. So I'm going to do a little bit extra because I added, actually, I think I'm going to cut, hold on. Y'all, I'm going to go ahead and cut 1/4 of an inch off this because I'm pretty sure I started with a 5 1/4 inch piece, and I just didn't do that when we made these. So now I've got it at 5 1/4. That'll be better. Okay, so I'm going to pull it up so that it sticks up and out of my card by about 3/4 to an inch. Okay, so about like this. And then I'm going to take these two little pieces. What happened to my other one? Y'all, I lost one. There it is. Live. We're live. Okay. Only live, right? What is this set? This set is the Peekaboo Forest. Okay. So I'm going to add this on here, right about here. So I'm just going to mark that. Okay. It's been way too long since I've done this, you guys. It's driving me crazy. I'm like, oh, I can't remember. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this piece, these pieces rather, sorry. I can talk, I swear. On here. Now, you can do this with regular glue, or you can use your, what do you call it? Your green glue, you know, or you can use your seal. So I'm just going to add glue to that, and I am going to pop this on here, right kind of in the center, so that the fold is basically in the center of my guy. I'm going to do the same thing on this side, and I want the fold to the center, right next to that. Okay, so now we have these pieces like that. And what we're going to do is, Sorry, I'm going to take this off of here. I'm going to slide these in here. If you put adhesive on both sides, it's going to stick to each other for a second, but that's okay. So we're just going to slide those in there. See that? And then we're going to add this. Just kind of get your bearings here. That can't be right. Yeah. So I'm just going to lay it down with it all the way to the bottom. And then do you see how I'm lining up my about where it is? And then I'm going to bring this so that it lays. I know you guys can't see it, but I'm lining that up, okay? To the center of that piece. Try to get them straight too. If I can get that off of there. Okay, and what you're going to have is this is going to move. Whoops, it's stuck right now. Okay, this is going to move up and down. Come on, in that slit. Now, if you find that the slit isn't tall enough, you can always come back in and add more if you need to, okay? So just be gentle when you're doing this. You want to be careful that you don't cut all the way through. So just cut up a little bit more. So yes, this is a little bit of a process. This is definitely a card of love. So if you want to make this a Mother's Day or Father's Day card, or for somebody super special, that's my recommendation. This is a card of love. We don't do a whole lot of complicated cards here, but because I don't like, to make you feel like you have to, but this one is totally worth it. Okay, so get it up in there. Okay, and if it's too tight, then widen it. It's probably about right. Hold on. I know y'all can't see everything, so I'm trying to get it where you can see it. Okay. So we want this to pop up. Do you see how it's not popping all the way up? So I'm gonna have to make a bigger slit. It's funny how once you've done something a long time ago, you forget how far up to go. So I'm gonna add some more. And we'll just pull that piece out. And you got to kind of play with it to get it where you want it. Because this is a do-it-yourself type of slider. All right, there we go. Okay, and it might be a little bit tight at first, but that's okay. You're going to play around with it and get it to where it works just fine. All right, that looks good. Okay, do you see how I don't need him to come up more than about there, to be honest. He's just going to play peekaboo. All right, so once you have that, I'm going to actually tape this back down because I want to make sure it stays. I need this to stay here for just a moment while I figure out where I want it to end. All right, so then I'm going to figure out, I want it to stop. If you want it to stop about here, which is probably good. Actually, I think I'm gonna have it stop about there. Does that work? Hold on. Yeah, that'll work. So I have this right at the top, which is probably why I shouldn't have changed the length of this. But anyway, so I'm going to have it stop right about there. So if you have anything hanging out over the edge, you can, but I want it to stop right about there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim the bottom of this just a little bit. It doesn't have to be pretty. I'm just going to hold it here And I'm going to trim the bottom of this. And that's important because I'm going to make a stopper for this right here. Okay. So once you have that piece done, you want to make a little bit of a stopper here. If you want to put a piece of paper across here so that you don't end up gluing, because see how I've got this little gap? Do you guys see that? I know it's hard to see on camera, but there's a little gap there where I cut it in my experimental phase. And so I want to put a little piece of paper over that just so that it doesn't, what am I saying? When I put my little stopper here, it's not going to stick to that other piece. So I'm literally going to just add a little bit of adhesive. I'm going to use this little piece that I just cut off. It's really easy to do. And I'm going to just put that right here, right at the end where it was. Okay, that's going to protect that spot. But now I need an actual stop gap. Okay, so I'm going to take one of my dimensionals and I'm going to put it right there at that edge, so that when I move this up and down, when it's in the card, it's going to stop right there. It's not going to go any lower than that. Otherwise, your piece is going to come out the end. Does that make sense? So just put one at the bottom of that so that it doesn't go further or go any further down than that. Okay. All right. Then, and you notice I've still got all of my tape on here. I'm doing that for a reason. Okay. So then we're going to flip this over like this. And we're also going to add a track essentially with, you don't want to get super duper close to your stuff, but you want to go about, you know, just leave like a little bit of room between this and where the dimensional edge is. And so we're going to make a track of dimensionals. It doesn't take a lot, but just, you know, a handful of them. We want to make sure, and honestly, if you just have like a few at the bottom here in particular, you're probably going to be good. So we're just going to make a track. Try to keep it straight here of dimensionals. I'll put one up here at the top. And then we're going to do, uh-oh, what'd I miss? Anne's asking for prayers. Yes, you can always ask for prayer here. Have surgery on Monday, I'm assuming is what that's meant to say, removing a birthmark that hopefully isn't malignant. Okay, definitely praying for you, sweetheart. Okay, so again, I want to make sure it's straight, and then I'll just do the same thing on this side. Now, can you use the strips? Yes, you can, but you're going to have to use them on the whole back if you do that. Also, it is going to make your card a little bit thicker. So just be prepared for that if you choose to do that, because we are going to be putting another layer of dimensionals on the other layer here in a minute. I didn't want to do that because we really don't need that much. You only need enough thickness for the paper to move around. So I chose not to, but you guys do you. I'm going to add a few more dimensionals here for the actual depth. I need a couple more. I could also use my bones if I want to. All right, so that's plenty for that layer. And okay, so we have this, and now we have our track that's going to pop up our little guy. Okay, if you want him to come up further, you can have him come up further. It's up to you. So you just choose where you want it to stop and where you want it to start. It's going to not stick up too much. This one is going to stick up a little less because I did cut some off. I probably should have left it now that I'm looking at it, but anyway, it's fine. Okay, it is what it is. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and add this layer to my card base. So making sure that I have this opening the right direction, because if we mess that up, that's going to be a bummer. I am going to pull off all of these guys. And we're going to have our little track. So this is the hardest part of the card. So if you struggled with this at all, like I said, just, you know, set it aside and don't worry about it. It's not the end of the world. You can finish it later and just watch. But honestly, that's the hardest part of the whole thing. So it's just really about getting it lined up. And because we're all going to do things a little bit differently, I can't give you exact measurements. It's just one of those things you got to play with a little bit. But if you watch what I did, you can kind of see approximately. Okay, so hold this together so you don't get it stuck on any of your dimensionals while you're laying it down. And then we're going to lay this down about like that. Okay, so I can take this piece off. All right, so now we're going to take this piece off and we're going to add some dimensionals to this. So I'm going to flip this over. This is going to go right here. I don't want to put any dimensionals. I am going to have to put a little bit of dimensional here just to give it its raising, but I have to remember that this is going to come down. So I'm actually going to put that down, and that'll give me an idea of where I can put my dimensionals. So if you look at it, you're going to see that you just, like, the very far corners are okay. So if you want to use one of the edge pieces, like these little triangle sections or something like that up in the corners, that's probably a good idea. Just my advice on that matter. Okay, so I'm going to do little triangles down here at the bottom. We just need to give it a little bit of lift. Whoops. It's sticking to me. Just like that. And I'm going to double check that it's not catching. Yeah, that one is. I'm going to go out this way. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that's a little better. So just kind of eyeball it, look at it, see if it's going to be in the way. I'm going to move this one too. So try to go out to the edge as far as you can. You just don't want to block the movement of this little guy. Okay, so once you've done that, we're going to also add, whoops, wrong one. We're going to also add some more dimensionals here. You don't need a lot, just enough to pop it up. Okay, all right, so now we'll take these off. I absolutely love this card. Like I said, it does take a little bit more work than some cards do, but we're tackling it first, so you know it'll be good. Okay, so I'm just gonna make sure this is in about the same place that I set it up to be. Checking my base here to make sure I'm not getting in the way of my movement, and that looks pretty good. I'm gonna double check the movement of this real quick, which is hard to do because we haven't punched this yet, but that's okay. Don't worry, we're gonna get there. Yeah, some tweezers. This is the part I struggle with. Okay. That looks good. All right. So, perfect. It can move. I've got everything good to go there. I'm just realizing something. Okay, we're good. We're fine. We're gonna make it work. So one of the things that I did in the beginning that I just spaced is that doing the punch is a little bit hard to do without this getting in the way. And I forgot about that from when I made my first one. So I did want to punch so that the whole thing had this. Do you see that? So that you can grab it really easily. And I forgot that that does get in the way. But it's okay. We're going to make it work. I'm gonna, yeah. This is the problem with making a card 2 months ahead of time. You forget things. Okay. So we're going to take this piece and we're going to add this on here. Just like this. And I'm noticing now too that these are cut a little bit wide. So I'm going to trim, I don't know how that happened. I'm going to trim this down to 4 inches because mine is 4 1/4. I probably gave Renee the wrong measurements. And I'm going to trim this one down to 4, which is the bushes. Super easy. We're going to add this on here, but we want to make sure we don't put any dimensionals right here. So when you're putting this down, the easy way to do it is to put your dimensionals down here. Don't go too high and you'll be fine. Just like that, okay? I'll add this on here. Just like that, okay. And then we're going to add this piece here. We don't need any dimensionals right here, but we do need them over here and here. So again, I'm gonna add a dimensional here and a couple over here. And then we'll pop this on top of that. Okay, then you can take your punch or your die, whatever you're going to use. If you're going to use a die, you're going to have to do it ahead of time. But if you're going to take your punch, you can stick that up under there. I totally forgot. So if you've been doing this along with me, then we have a small problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our scissors, and I'm going to make it work. I hope. You know what? I got an idea. I am so sorry. You guys, I'm not always this big of a mess, I swear. I'm going to take this circle right here that came in our little bunch of stuff. It's one of the smaller, I think it's the smallest. Is it the smallest? Yeah, it's the smallest. I'm going to take that circle right there, and I'm going to just pencil mark that. Actually, make sure it's centered on my tree. I do want to center it on the tree. This is probably easier anyway, because the punch is rough to do. I'm going to do one layer at a time. So I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to cut. Come in front of this. I'm right-handed. Come do whichever side you're on, do that side first. So if you're left-handed, start from the left. If you're right-handed, start from the right. And just cut out a half, like a partial circle, an arc. And some of it may go into the tree. That's what you're supposed to do. So if you're trying to figure out why is the tree showing, then you have to go in and cut that off too. Yes, I make blenders. Play for your brother's blood clot. Oh, geez. Broken legs. Yes, absolutely. For sure. For sure. So you can see I'm just doing the next layer, which is the tree. And then we'll do, don't get the white. That's important. Then we'll do the blue. Be careful not to get the white. Actually, you know what? This will probably be easier with an X-Acto now that I'm looking at it. Just be gentle. Don't go all the way under. So if you have an X-Acto, I would do that. Because you can get really, really specific. Just don't go through the white. I'd rather go too slow and not go all the way through and have to come back. One more. A little bit. Where's it stuck? And you guys can clean up edges and everything with this. If you have a really sharp X-Acto, it is amazing what you can do with it. Yeah, so if you're smart enough to not do what I just did, then you won't have to mess with that. But yeah, I made a boo-boo. Okay. So one of the things you can do is you can add some what am I saying, ribbon to this if you want to just have a pull. You put some ribbon attached to that and then you can pull straight up. You can use one of these to put ribbon through if you'd like. You can do it however you want. So, and then you can write or do your pull and all that with this. I think I got some ink on there. Probably from my hand. Okay. Y'all get the idea, right? And then if you want this to be one that you grab like this, so you want to get rid of the inside piece, you can do that there as well. Yeah, sorry for my blunder. I'm a mess. You know, it happens. Okay, so now we're going to take the rest of these little pieces to finish decorating. So we've got our little branch, because this is the easy part, the super easy part. We're just sort of adding the little extras. So I'm going to take my branch. I'm going to add a little bit of glue. This is going to get added flat. Just a little bit of glue. And I'm going to pop this under here so that these two pieces go up under and this one goes behind. See that? Just like that. See that? Okay, and then I've got my little woodpecker. And this guy I'm going to flip over and I'm going to add a partial dimensional to him. Just grab one of these side pieces. He's kind of skinny, so that works a little bit better. And so I'm going to put this all the way to the left side of his body because he's going to overlap the tree just a tiny bit. And so I'm just going to add his feet kind of on the edge and his little beak kind of on the tree, just like that. Isn't that cute? And then we have our sentiment, which because we already have 2 layers of dimensionals, we're honestly just going to add this flat. So I'm going to use my seal. I've made a mess, haven't I? And we're going to pop this on here down in the bush. Easy peasy. Again, you can add your pull here and then pull tab that, or you can use a ribbon or whatever you want to use for that. It's so cute. All right. I wish I could remember what stamp set that was. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'll have to post it if I can't think of it. Okay. Then we have some some embellishments. Why do I always do that? I want to change those 2 words. You have these cute little, what are these called? The neutral, no, that's not it. What is it called? These are the, yeah, I was right, neutral matte dots. Oh my gosh, I got it right. These are so cool. I love these so much. So these are what we're going to be using for all of the embellishments. And so in here you should have, where's my other one? Oh, there he is. I just missed him. So you should have 3 of the beige color. You have 6 of the white and then 3 of the pecan. All right, so we need the beige. And hey, Jolene. So I'm just going to grab the we're going to use a large and a small here. So large and small. And then whatever you have left, whether it's large or small, over here. Okay? Come here. All right. And that is our first card. So cute. Little Peekaboo card. Goes perfectly with the stamp set name, right? All right, so that's our first one. Move that out of the way. Number 2. That's the hardest one. It's going to go really fast now. Okay, our second one is this little guy. And you can either use the bear or... Oh, I want to show you one other quick thing. Sorry, I almost forgot. So one of the things you guys might have noticed, maybe, I don't know if you did or not, but in my cards, my little, can you see that? I don't know if you can see it on camera. The little eyes shine. Do you guys see that? If you don't have one of these, if you haven't been following me long enough to know, I use these, and I do have these. I can sell you them if you want. I do buy them in bulk, and I do pass my savings on to you guys, but you can also just get them on Amazon. If you need the link, please let me know. I do get a kickback if you buy through Amazon, so please let me know, and I'll give you that link. Anyway, these are a glaze pen, and they're super cool because they look wet. So I have, where are they? I have a lot of pens on my desk. I'm a pen fanatic. So I have, these are Sakura glaze pens, and I have like every color under the sun. They do have a clear, which I know you can't actually see because it's on white, but it is literally clear. And you also can't see the white because again, it's on white, but it is very white, and it leaves this shininess. Do you need all of these? No, honestly, if having the black is the thing I use the most, clear is my second most used. The rest of these are just fun to have because I'm insane. But Sakura glaze pens are super, super cool. So you can get these on Amazon. Again, if you want me to send you the link, I will send you. But I do have tons of the black ones. I think I have some of the clear ones on hand as well. Can't remember how much they cost off the top of my head, but text me if you want them. Anyway, these are awesome, especially for this. So almost every card I make that has a little guy, a little character on it like this, I take my glaze pen, and you want to grab a little scratch piece of paper. I'm going to pull this out of my, okay, get it going. And then you're just going to go over the eyeball of your guy. And you can do, I usually do probably 2 passes. I let this first pass dry, and then I come over and do it again. One's enough, but I really love how it looks because it really pops. It's like, oh my gosh, they're wet and looking at you, just like, that sounds kind of creepy, but no, it's super cute. It makes them extra adorable. So I highly recommend it. So if you guys, I know it is really cute, isn't it? So it's the set. I mean, it's not me, it's just the set. Anyway, if you guys want these, please let me know. I'm happy to provide them or provide the links, etc. But yeah, this is a super cool pen. Again, I use the black and the clear more than anything else. In fact, the black is what I use 90% of the time, clear maybe 10, and then the rest of them I barely ever use. I have them for when I just really want them. But anyway, this one I absolutely love. So I'm going to be doing this on all my cards. Make sure you leave this open while it's drying so that, and it's kind of hard to tell if it's dry, but I'd let it dry for about 5 minutes and then come back and just kind of tap it and see if it's still wet. And then you can add another layer if you want to, but I will let that dry like this so that it doesn't get smudged. Okay. So we're going to be doing that to all of these cards. Okay, so this is the next one. We're finally going to do the second one. So I'm actually going to be turning my second card of this that I'm doing today into a Father's Day card. So if you remember, I told you at the beginning of the video that if you have not purchased these 2 stamp sets yet, you're missing out. Everyone needs these 2 stamp sets. And I'm going to real quickly type in the item numbers for these 2 stamp sets so that you have it. Okay, So this is the He's the Greatest and She's the Greatest stamp sets. If you want to turn one of these into a Father's Day card, it would be super cute. And I like this one because it has like the forest behind it and all that. Like, I just think it's a cute Father's Day card. But any of them you want to turn into a Father's Day card or a Mother's Day card, any card, these are good to have on hand. But it's not just for Father's Day and Mother's Day. This is good for birthdays. It's good for your uncles, your grandpas, your aunts, your whatevers. Like, look, you can even do a plant mom, a dog mom, you're the best lady. Like, I mean, you can do all kinds of stuff. So these are super cool because you have guy, you have lady, you have happy, you have day, you're the best, for the coolest, etc. on here. Now, if you go by one of those different names, like Mimi or something else, it may or may not be on here, okay? But Grandpa is on here, Grandma is on here. They also have Mama and Nana on this one, and they have Papa. So the ones that people use more often are on here. You've even got bonus and step, great and in-law, human. I mean, all the things are on here. So this is a super great set to grab while it's available. I have no idea how long these are going to last, guys. So I'd grab them while you can. These are like in my stash of, like, you have some stamps you use all the time. These are in that section of my stuff because they're awesome. So, because you can use them over and over and over and over. So, highly recommend these two sets. Don't miss out. All right. So, I'm going to be using the Happy Father's Day for mine, but if you want to use the Happy Birthday, again, all the rest of my, grabbed the wrong one. All the rest of the stamp set, sentiments I'm using are from the Right Words, but again, you can use sentiments from anything you have for these cards. Okay. Now that that disclaimer is over, let's grab all of our stuff for this card. So what we're going to need is we're going to put all of these pieces and our card base off to the side. We need our envelope. From our little stash, we need the 3 circles that look like this. So it's the biggest 3 circles, okay? Then you're also going to need this little white piece, and you see that one has an R on it. That's the raccoon. And then this one has a B on it. Isn't Renee sweet? Renee's my assistant. She's the one that does all the die cutting for my kits. And she was like, y'all aren't going to be able to tell the difference. So she wrote B and R on the back so you would know what it was. I'm like, you're genius, because I didn't even think about it. Okay, so she did that, and so you guys can thank her for that. All right, I think that's everything. Other than you're also going to need your pecan pie dots, which we'll get to. Okay, that's everything for this kit. All right, so I told Andrea, look at, it had Nana. Yeah, a lot of people go by Nana. I know there's a few out there that go by like Mimi or other things, and I'm sorry it doesn't have all of those, but it does have Papa, Grandpa, Mimi, not Mimi, Nana, and Grandma. I think those were the only of those style. But, you know, it has so many great sentiments that you can use for anything, which is really nice. Okay, so, whoops, let me flip this over. So I'm going to grab my Stampin' Pierce mat. We're going to stamp on our envelope with whichever one of these you want to do. I would either do the bear or the raccoon. I like the raccoon the best, so I'm going to do the raccoon. Okay, so I'm going to grab both my bear and my raccoon stamp, which is all that's left in here. That makes that easy, doesn't it? Okay, we've already pulled everything else out for the first card. And add those to some blocks. Okay, so I'm going to use my raccoon. And for my raccoon, I am going to use my black ink. No, I'm sorry. Did I use black? Okay, yes, I did. That's so funny. So I'm looking at this and I thought, oh no, it must be basic gray. No, it's black. It's just this is from my other pad. I'm telling you, it's darker when you use this pad. It just is. Just saying. Just saying. Okay. You could use basic gray or black, whichever you prefer. And again, you want to put the paws all the way to the bottom. You could even go over if you want to, but I'm going to go all the way to the bottom. And then I'm going to set that aside, and I'm going to grab my raccoon from over here, which is right here. And I'm gonna, oops, hold on. I'm gonna grab this. This is gonna be harder to see, but I wanna make sure I don't stamp on my, okay, I already made a mistake. Did y'all see me do it? I am so used to tapping hard with my Memento pad. If you do this, if you put your Memento ink in a blank white pad, you need to be gentle. Like, honestly, you can just set it down and that pretty much inks it up. Don't push hard. You will get ink everywhere. Oh my gosh. How many of you know The Princess Bride? We are Princess Bride fanatics in this house. And my husband from the other room just went, gently, which is from that movie. He's a mess. Just saying, he's a mess. Okay, so there's our little raccoon. That'll make sense in a minute. Just give me half a second. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Grab one of your middle size circles. Just, I don't know why I keep moving things. Middle size circles, and we're gonna take that raccoon again. Again, just gently tap. Barely kiss it to the ink pad, and we're gonna bring it so that it basically goes over the edge of the circle. We don't need the paws on the circle, we just need it to go over the edge like that. Okay, so you're gonna see like the top of the paws, but that's fine. You just need it to go right over, does that make sense? Right over the edge. Okay, so there's a raccoon. Then I'm gonna grab my early espresso, and I'm going to do the bear. Now the bear goes on the biggest circle, and then this piece right here. So I'm going to grab my bear and ink that up. Again, over the edge. You don't need the paws really on the circle per se. You'll see the top of them, but you want them to go over the edge. And then on this piece, hopefully line up your paws. That's the only important part, is the paws, to be honest. Okay. Then I'm going to take this one here, and we're going to add our sentiment to that piece. So I'm going to do, like I said, I'm doing Happy Father's Day. This is going to my dad. So hopefully if my mom's watching, she's not telling him. So I'm going to do fathers first on this, right in the center. Then I'm going to do the other two words. So I've got happy above that. Oops, that's not perfectly straight, but that's okay. And then day right below that. So cute. Oh my gosh, I love the fonts in this set, I have to tell you. I think they're so cute. Okay, he's going to love this card. All right, so there's that. I'm going to set that aside because we don't need that right now. All right, so let's color these. I'm going to pop this little guy in my envelope just so that my inks don't go through to the back. And we're going to color our raccoon. Now, again, I want to remind you that on here, it's going to look a little bit different. You can do your raccoon however you want. It's up to you. Look at a picture. Do what you want. Okay, I'm going to grab the light. This is the light basic black, and I am going to do the eye area. Now, by the way, you can do your glazed pens on your envelope too. I didn't just do that. I didn't show that to you, but you can. It's cute. All right, and I'm also going to do his little claws. All right, so we have the claws here. And then I'm going to do his eyes. Now, as this lightens up, you'll still be able to see the black dots. Plus, we're going to, if you have it, and you want to use the glaze pen, you'll be able to use the glaze pen on there. I do recommend the black for eyes. Yes, you can do clear. Absolutely. But I like the black. I think it looks better. It's darker. It just looks better when I'm doing the eyes. But anyway. Okay. So now we're going to do the rest of it. So I took the dark smoky slate. Yep. I need my light one too. This is the light smoky slate. So we're going to take, yeah. Nope. It is not. This is a dark smoky slate. What the heck? I grabbed the wrong thing. Hold on. Huh. Okay. I have like 3. Look, I go through smoky slate like nobody's business. And I keep my old ones. Why? Because, you know, sometimes there's a little extra ink left in them. So I did not realize I grabbed the wrong thing. Okay. So we're going to take the dark smoky slate and we're going to do this middle section. And I kind of did it with like little lines. Like I didn't even fully like totally color it, just so it kind of looks like hair. And then I did kind of some little hairs on the inside edge of the ear, just like that. Does that make sense? Okay. Then I'm going to take my light one and I'm going to come back in and blend. See, I told you, I thought this one was dead, but I just leave it upright for a while. And I'm going to fill in there. And there's some more ink in it. So I just leave it upright like this so I can use the bullet point. And that way, don't throw it out as soon as you think it's dead. Just let it sit for a while and you'll get more of your ink to the bottom. It works. Little tip from me to you. You know, I like to be kind of frugal with my crafting, so that's how I use it to its last. Okay. Now, the other thing you can do with this too is you can come back in here and do like an imaginary bottom of his face kind of area that you kind of add a little bit of shadow to, like right underneath, so it's like a neck. Does that make sense? So if you want to add a little bit of shadow under there, you can. It may or may not be something you see, but you can kind of see it on mine. Do you see how it's a little bit darker here? That's kind of what I was going for. So if you want to do that, you totally can. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing that we just did there to the piece that we're, these pieces. But this piece right here, we only need, I'm going to use my mat again just to hold it in place. Do I have family in Oklahoma, or are you asking someone else? Renee, who are you talking to? Oh, Jolene. Okay. So I'm just going to do his paws on this. That'll make sense in a second. So just do the paws in light. And then I'm going to come back and do the same thing I did before, the dark kind of little hair-like looking thing there, and here in the inside of the ears. Little tufts of hair. And then I'll come back and color everything. Except for his eyes. If you color the eyes too with this, you're going to make them lighter. So if you want it to be lighter, you can. I didn't. So that's up to you. Okay. So we're just going to come in here. Yes, raccoons have some white, if you're wondering. And I'm going to show you that part here in just a second. Do you have to do it? No. Okay. So again, I'm going to come in here and just kind of do under the neck a little bit. And I might come back in a minute after it sets a little bit and add a little bit more shadow there. Okay, so if you want the white, you can do the white. Do you have to do the white? No. So what does that look like? What you're going to do is you're going to grab, if you have it, the white watercolor pencil. And you just come in over the eyeball, words, not eyeballs, eye section, the mask. You know what I'm saying, right? You come in over the mask and you're just going to add a little bit of white. It's not going to show up very much. Okay. Or with these that are done with just the blends, you can use some of your color lifter to lift a little bit over the like brow of the eye. Since I already added the wax, it's probably not going to do anything, but you can do that. So the pencil is not going to show as much on this one as it would show on the next one we're going to be doing, which is on like a gray cardstock. But you can do that a little bit if you want to. Okay. All right. So let's do our bear. So here's our bear. And for the bear, I'm going to use, hold on. For the bear, I'm going to use, which one did I use? Yeah. Whichever browns you want, honestly, but you can use the dark if you want to go super dark, or you can just use your pecans. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. So I did a darker bear, and like I said, I used the dark for him. So you can come in here and you can do the whole bear, or you can just do like a shading under things, on the left side of things, that kind of deal, whatever you want to do. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to take the dark pecan, and you can make this inside of his ear lighter or darker. I'm going to take the dark pecan, and I'm going to come in and blend. I want to blend it really well because this is a very different color from pecan. So I'm going to make sure that I blend really, really well. Saturation is the key. Don't be shy. We don't want the shading to be like super obvious. We want it to be subtle, right? All right. So I'm going to come in here and do all of my bear. And honestly, the more saturated you do things with blends, the smoother it's going to be when it dries. It does take half a minute for it to look really smooth, but it will look smooth. Okay. And then I'm going to come in with the pecan. Now, I did do the darker color here, but I'm going to do the pecan for this one, just because I want to see the difference. So there's the light pecan on his muzzle, okay? So I'm going to come back and do, oops, I forgot, the dark on his paws. Okay. So that's the bear. So you can see how that darker color added a little bit of shading, and that just makes him look even more real, right? Okay, so these two pieces, we need to cut the paws out. So again, I know you guys don't like fussy cutting. Well, some of you do. But it's not a hard thing because it's already mostly cut. You're just going to go from here to that little cut line, and that's it. Bam. Done. It's not hard. And again, you're going to come up from this one and go around like that. It's super simple. Okay, so we have our two little paws. Don't lose these. These are tiny. And then we're going to do the same thing over here. I'm actually going to cut just a little bit closer here. There we go. Around to the cut line. And then you can just recycle what's left. We really just need the paws. All right. So there's our little paws. Okay. Just like that. All right. We're ready. You ready? This is easy. Okay. So we're going to grab all of our card pieces here. We're going to fold our card base. Oh, no problem, Linda. The hardest one was the first one, so the rest of them go pretty quick. Jolene, are you still on? Okay, so this is what I do for this. If you want any of this to line up somewhere specific, you can do that. It's probably not going to matter. Most of these, the 3 big ones, are going to be covered. Some of you may have a bird in one of the sections. You may not. It's fine if you don't, trust me. If you do have one in one of the sections and you want it to show, get it lined up. Make sure it's straight. I'm going to have to bring it down. Make sure you don't have any gapping anywhere, and then flip it over. Make sure it's completely straight. Flip it back over, add a piece of washi tape to the front. Then we're gonna add our adhesive to this piece, not the green, just this piece. And we're gonna add this on here in the center. Just like this. I'm gonna go ahead and open this up and add my insert. Again, you can stamp on this piece too. Okay, and then I'm gonna remove that piece. Just like that, okay? Now this is gonna go up on dimensionals. So I'm gonna flip it over. Make sure you're on the back side. Don't make the same mistakes I have. Add your dimensionals in your 4 corners. And anywhere else that it's going to need support. I really do prefer to add support in as many places as possible, but you guys use as many dimensionals as you see fit. I get one there? Yep. Okay. So that's about what I do. But you guys can do it however you want. Okay. So yes, this is a bit of a dimensional heavy card class because there's a lot of dimensionals going on, but it's so cute. Right? It is. I know. These guys are adorable. Okay. I love, by the way, if you guys have the Peekaboo Farm, I think it was called. Oh my gosh, these sets are so cute together. All right, so now we're going to put this back on the center. Just like that. We're going to add our sentiment piece up here in this corner. I like it crooked. You can do it straight if you prefer. I know, I'm weird. We're going to add this with either your green glue or your seal, just because we want these to be flat. So I'm just going to pop these in here like that. I'm going to take my bear and do the same thing. Again, I liked these at a like crooked. I don't like them all straight. I think it looks so cute when they're like peeking out like sideways, right? So I did it like that. And then the raccoon is going the opposite direction. Just like that. Oops. There we go. So cute. Okay, now we got to add our little paws. So the way this works is we're going to take our little paw and I'm going to just grab it at the top. I'm going to add a little bit of glue at the base. Don't do too much, it'll squish out. And then I'm going to line it up with the little paw that is there. So you only want glue at the base because it's going to be hanging over a little bit, right? So it gives it that 3D look. So only put it at the base. Isn't that cute? I think it's so cute. Oh, jeez. We're getting glue everywhere. Okay, same thing with this guy. We'll add just glue here at the bottom. Pop this on here like so. And it looks like they've got their little paws over the edge, which is so cute. Just like that. Okay. And then finally, we're going to add our embellishments to the, I shouldn't say finally, actually. because we also are going to do our glazed pen. But let's go ahead and add our embellishments. So we have our pecan pie dots. Mary Ann. So which Mary Ann is that? Is that Mary Ann Brown? Have you been on before, Mary Ann? Do I know that name? If you're new and you are on right now, please say hi so that I know. With 2 N's in the end. Renee. My maiden name is Bowman. Oh. What? I am so confused. Not sure what you guys are. You're a me. I'm a me. I'm a me. What does that mean, Lisa? You're a me and a me. Is that what you mean? So we're going to do a large dot and a small dot here, and then whatever you have left up here. Thank you. I think it's super cute. Okay, so whether you do Happy Birthday or Father's Day or something else, it doesn't really matter. With all of these cards, you can use whatever sentiment fits for what you're making. So doesn't that make the cutest Father's Day card, though? I love it. I cannot wait to give this to my dad. All right, so my dad is going to be getting this for Father's Day. Okay. Oh, we got to add our little eyeballs. Sorry. So I'm going to just add the gel pen. And you can do it to the envelope too. Just make sure that when you set it aside that you're not, it will smear if you don't let it dry. So make sure that you're setting it down like this so that it won't smear. Okay. So that's number 2. Number 3 is this cute little card, and I chose to do, because he's my favorite, I did the little, not porcupine, words, hedgehog again. So however you want to do it is fine though. And so we're going to grab our next card here. We're going to need our envelope. From our little tray, we need this that we're going to be stamping on. We need one of the hedgehogs and one of the raccoons. So the gray and the basic beige. You're going to need a bunch of the flowers, but we'll get to that in a minute. And you're also going to need these 2 pieces and this piece for a second. Okay, so this part you're going to want to have either blending brush or daubers, whatever floats your boat. We're going to color these. Okay, so I kind of use a combination. So for the sky, I used my blending brush. So I'm going to just grab my scratch paper and my blending brush, small or large, doesn't really matter. Our pool party. You can do this with a dauber too. And I'm just going to add some pool party to the sky. Now, do you need this to be smooth? No. Actually, it looks better if it's not. If it's a little like blotchy so that you've got some white areas and some darker areas, it looks better. So that's my preference for this, because then it kind of looks like clouds. All right, so easy peasy with that. Then we're going to take our old olive, and with this, you can either use your dauber or your blending brush again. I'm going to use a dauber. So let me grab my old olive here. All right, so we're going to take this first piece here that's going to be in the front, and I'm actually going to push these little leaves up a little bit. So I'm just going to kind of bend them up so that they're not flat. Bowman. I was a kinder assistant with her when I came out of daycare, started at public schools. I'm totally missing something. Do you guys know the same person? Is that what I'm missing? Did Mary Ann answer if she's new on here? Not sure. So my family once said if I had two N's at the end, they were possibly related. What? Oh, I see. You're asking because huh. Nope, I don't. Never mind. I have gotten lost in the conversation. Mostly because I'm trying to teach and I'm not really reading. So I'm sorry, I'll stop. You can fill me in later, Renee. You have the same family name. So Jolene, your family name is also... But you're a married in. So Jolene, you're saying that your maiden name is Bowman? Maybe that's what I missed. Okay. So now that I've got all those popped up, I'm going to take my old olive and I'm just going to brush over the pop-up part. Oops, that one went back down. Try to get it popped up there. So I'm just going to brush over real gently the popped up part. And this just adds some depth of color. Okay, and then I'm going to come back through and I'm going to go ahead and just do real lightly around the edge, not even in every section. I'm just kind of getting some in different areas. If I don't get all of the edge, that's okay. And then you can even come through. I just totally messed that up. Do you see what I just did? I'll fix it. Okay, then I'm going to come through. I didn't even notice I still had that sitting there. And just do some different sections. I'm just going to add some color. This makes it look a little bit more like a bush. Because you know when you look at a bush, it's not flat, right? It's just one color. So that's what we're trying to create. We're trying to create that illusion that it's a little bit more real. So I'm just going to, I don't need to worry about the bottom of this one. It's going to be covered. But I am going to add just some sections that are different. Okay, so those two pieces are ready to go. I'm going to come back with this one and do the other side because I'm a goober and I didn't realize it was still sitting there. I'm human, y'all. Go figure. Okay, so it is what it is. You know, y'all know. Gotcha. I gotcha. I'm following you now. That's what I get for butting in on your conversation. That's cool. Okay. So what you're telling me is Bowman with two N's is a uncommon name. Is that the case? Because you said if it has two N's that you might be related. That's crazy. Okay, now we are going to stamp on these pieces. Let me move this out of the way. Okay, so we're going to stamp on these pieces. I'm going to start with my sentiment piece, and whatever sentiment you choose works fine. I'm actually going to do You're So Kind, again from The Right Words. I'm using Old Olive for this. Just going to remind you guys, it's The Right Words. That's what I'm using, but you can use whatever you want. But this fits nicely in here and it's super cute, so I like it. Okay, You're So Kind. Just like that. Wow, that's amazing. I did not realize. Wait, You all know that I'm not a robot. Do you think if I was a robot, I could calculate in errors? It just wouldn't happen. Like, it just wouldn't happen. Honey, would you tell them that I'm real?
Hold up, I gotta wind you up.
Shut up. He's not helping. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna use the cute little hedgehog for this again. And I'm trying to remember. Yeah, okay. I actually did this one. I used the, I didn't use the black. I ended up using the espresso, and I'm trying to decide if I want to or if I want to use the black. I used espresso because it stamped better than the other, but now I'm kind of thinking I want to, y'all, I can't decide. I think I'm going to use the espresso. It's up to you. You use espresso or black. It doesn't really matter. Okay. With the two ends is uncommon, so you must be related. That's crazy. That is super crazy. I love it, though. That's awesome, but crazy. Okay. So we're going to add our little hedgehog down here at the bottom. And then I'm going to go ahead and stamp on this guy. You could calculate those in if you were purposely trying to appear human. Y'all are a mess. Yeah, I'm a robot. Sure. I wish. I'd definitely be able to do more things right. That's for darn sure. Okay, so there's our little, I'm going to just go ahead and plop these on my mat since I'm going to be coloring on here in a minute. All right, and then I'm going to grab my black now. Where did I put it? Over here. And I'm going to do the, what's that called? A raccoon. That's what it's called. I'll have to do some research. Stop it. Look, I got to get used to this. I'm so not used to it.
You're struggling with words. Come on, we wind you up.
I'm always struggling with words. All right. There's my little raccoon. So cute. So cute. Doesn't get any cuter than that. All right. So now we're going to color real quick as we have before. So I'm going to grab my envelope card. I can honestly say if she is, her disguise is phenomenal. Oh, hilarious. You're so funny. I have a glitch in one or more strings of data. Yep, that's what it is. Okay, so we're going to color this just as we did before. I'm going to use my, again, you could do just pecan if you want, but I'm using the deep or dark, whatever you want to call it. And then I'm just going to add some little spikes. Okay, same thing over here. I'm just going to go around the edge outside of his body, basically. This just creates some shadow to the base of his spikes. And then we'll add the spikes from there. Okay, and then I'm going to grab my pecan pie. We're going to use the dark, and we're going to do some more spikes from the bottom up When I say bottom, I mean from that dark shadowed area out. I don't want to fill it in. I'm just adding some more like hairs, if you will. We want there to be lots of different tones here. That will make it look more real. And then the light, we're gonna fill in basically. I'm gonna just fill in this whole area. And I do wanna make sure that I blend in even the dark areas. That makes it look so cool. Love it. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing here. Easy peasy. And then I'm going to grab the light crumb cake and I'm going to go over the body and leave out his muzzle. So everything but his muzzle. Oops. Just like that. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. Okay, so there's the envelope done. Now we're going to do our little raccoon just like we did before. I'm going to use the, oops, wrong thing. Light basic black and the two smoky slates. So smoky slate, dark and light. For the black, I'm just doing the eye area and his claws. I love this. This is basically a charcoal color, so whenever you want to do black, it's really nice to do because you can still see the stamped image that you're looking at, but get that sense that it's meant to be black. For the smoky slate, I'm just going to add the dark here in the center, like little hairs, kind of. And then same thing on the ears, little tufts. And then I'm going to come back and color this. Oops, wrong side. With the light in the inside of his ears and then that center. Now, I am not coloring all of him, but I am going to come back in and do his paws. And I'm going to come up under his neck, kind of in a haphazard way like that, and do his body. So it's going to make it a little bit darker. It is really dark right now, but his face will end up being a little bit lighter than under here, which gives it some shadow, which looks really good once it all dries. Okay. So there's our two little guys. Oh, and this one is the one that you can see the white pencil a little bit better on. So if you want to come back over with the white pencil over the top of his eyes, they do have a little kind of white patch over their eyes. And so this kind of helps with that. It's not perfect, but it's kind of cute. So you can do it if you want. Okay. So there we go. And you might not be able to see that on camera. I don't know if you can or not, but I think you can actually. Looks like you can. So yeah, super cute. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and put this card together. So I'll grab all of our pieces here. So we're gonna start by folding our card base. Oh, research on your names, not my humanness. Well, that's good. I was starting to wonder. I was like, how are you going to research my humanness? Because, I mean, I personally think there's plenty of examples of me making an absolute mess of myself to prove that I'm not a robot. But, you know, whatever. I know I'm an organized freak, but there's plenty of us out there. Okay, so we're going to add this piece to our card base. Just go ahead and add adhesive all the way around, because it has been run through an embossing folder. If you add adhesive all the way around, it's going to lay flat. If you don't, it will probably warp. So I highly recommend it. Okay, so we're just going to center this. By the way, you can also then go over this a little bit with your bone folder to make sure everything connects, and that'll really help it stay nice and flat. Okay, we're going to take this piece and we're going to add it to our pecan pie piece. So it is supposed to rain later tonight here, but today it is warm, which is no fun, I have to say. All right, so then we have this piece, and I just like to take this real quick and just make sure that it's in the area I want it to be in. By the way, you'll notice that you can see the white through the leaves. So if you want to take your dauber and kind of in the areas where it is, where the little leaf sections are, you can hit that with some green. Let me grab mine. I recommend it, just so you can't see white. And it doesn't really matter how dark it is. This is the only time you'll see me go direct to paper with my dauber, because I'm really just trying to create color under there. I don't need it everywhere. I just need it where those little sections are. Oh, that was too high. Bring it down a little bit. And like I said, it doesn't matter if it's all the same color, because mottled actually looks better under there. Looks like different shadows. Okay, that looks a little better. One of those things that I picked up after I made my first card, I was like, ooh, I should have put some green under there. Now, I could have done a piece that was green all the way through, but I kind of like that shadow down there anyway, so it works out. Okay, so what I did is I figured out where this piece was, and then I'm going to add this piece underneath. So I'm going to go ahead and add this piece first. I don't want to put adhesive, especially right here, because I'm going to be putting this little guy right there. So I'm going to leave this open of adhesive, but I am going to add adhesive everywhere else. A little bit over here in the corner. Make sure you get a little bit over here in the corners. And yep, I just got that on my glass mat, which I hate. If it goes over the edge, just make sure you pull it back under. I should be using my mat. What's for dinner tonight? Are we having steak?
Yeah.
We're having steak. Okay. So I've got adhesive basically on the bottom and the sides. I'm not really worried about the middle. So I'm going to go ahead and add this piece on. just like that. And then I'm going to take this piece, and again, I'm going to be tucking this guy over here. So I'm going to go under and then up to about right there. I'm not going to worry about this side. I can put a little bit on the edge if I want to do that, but I need to leave a little bit of a gap open to slide him under there. So I'm just going to bring this down behind here so that I just have maybe 1 inch to 1.25 inches of sky. Make sure it's straight like that. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to take my 2 little guys and I'm going to add a dimensional on basically the middle of their face. So I'm just going to add a dimensional right about there and right about there. Okay. I'm also going to add a little bit of adhesive here at the base, just a tiny little bit. I'm going to go ahead and add my raccoon first. So I'm going to stick him under here. And if you pop the arms up a little bit, this helps a lot. So I'm just going to stick him under here, and I do it, yeah, at a little bit of an angle. I'm going to stick him under there and then push that back up against the background. Okay, same with this guy. Stick your little paws up a little bit and tuck him in behind here. And then add a little bit of an angle so they kind of go in 2 different directions. Okay, we're going to go ahead and add this to our card base. Make sure I got my card going the right way. We're going to add this up here in the top, so about equal distant from the top and the sides, just like that. I'm going to take my sentiment and I'm going to add it to the mat. Just like that. We're going to go ahead and add dimensionals to the back of this. And pop that on. Looking at my straight text to make sure it's straight. And then finally, we're going to add some of these little flowers. So we have 2 yellow and 3 of the petal pink. So I'm going to grab, oops, wrong one. I was trying to grab my gripper one. I'm just going to grab these flowers. If you want the center, you can keep it there, or that's kind of hard to make sure that it stays. So I actually just poke mine out. And that's, you know, totally up to you. I went ahead and poked mine out of there. So I'm going to put like a yellow one there. And a yellow one up here. And then most of these, the ones I have, the little centers are still in them, so I gotta poke those out. But we're gonna add one there and one down here and something like that. Okay. All right, so I'm going to take this little guy and my green glue, and this is easy. You're just going to pick up, add a little dot or 2, about the same distance as some petals are, and put it back down. There's no centers on these, I get it. If you want to put the centers back in, I would flip-flop them. You can totally do that if you want to. I'm just not going to mess with it. It's the idea of there being flowers there. It doesn't really matter if the centers are there or not. grab that with my nail. Whoops. Okay, easy peasy. And then, let's see if we can do the, I always forget to do it because I'm so used to using my other, but I'm going to try to use this with my gems. So what I was shown is to release, see, that's what I was worried about. Release them a little bit so they're not like really stuck, and then use this to pick them up. So I'm going to put a large one and a small one, and I got another small one. I don't know if everybody has that or not, but just something like that in a little triangle over in this area. Okay. Oops. That is our third card done. So cute, right? Oh my gosh. Oh, we got to do the eyeballs. So I'm going to do my envelope. And then those little guys. So cute. There we go. All done. Okay, number 4. Is this one. So this is our fun fold. Super cute. Easier to do than you'd think. All right, here we go. So we're going to stamp on our envelope. You can do whatever you want to do, the bear or the little guy, or you can even do the raccoon or whatever. You choose. I've already shown you how to do that, so I'm not going to do it for this one just to save time. Okay, y'all know how to do it. Okay, so we have our card base. Our card base is already folded because it's extra, well, it's extra, right? But this one, we're going to take this flap and we're going to fold it up. So go ahead and do that. And then burnish that. I know, this stamp set is so adorable. It makes the cutest cards. Like, no matter what you do with the stamp set, it's cute. Okay, I'm going to make sure that this is burnished really, really well, because I do want this flap to lay as flat as possible. So the harder you push with the edge of your burnishing tool on a hard surface, the better that's going to be. You can even flip it over and do the other side. So you can see that if you do that, it's going to lay a little bit flatter. Is it going to be perfect? No, probably not. But it will get better and better the more you burnish it. Okay, so we have that. We've got all these pieces. We're going to need this piece and this piece, which are the 2 olive pieces. These 2 I'm going to set aside. And I also need the, I also need this piece right here. But this piece we need to score. So here's the thing about this piece. I'm not going to score it until after I have stamped it. We've got to be a little bit careful with this one. So this one is going to be like this. So you can see this fold is this fold right here. Now I'm not scoring it yet because I want to make sure that I get this in the right place. So I'm going to stamp first and then I'm going to come back and score it. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to, let me move these pieces over here to the side a little bit. We're going to grab our early espresso that I just stuck my finger in. Oh my goodness. Hey babe, could you warm my tea for me, please? Pretty please, with a cherry on top. Okay. All right.
You mean your 5-weight lubrication oil?
You're weird. Okay. So I'm going to use a piece of scratch paper underneath. Yeah, I'll just use this one. We are going to stamp, and I'm going to start, this is weird, I know, but I'm going to start up here, okay? To make sure that, well, do I want to do that? Hold on, I'm trying to think. Did I start in the middle? I think I did. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Okay. So I'm gonna use this stamp, but here's the thing. You don't want to stamp it. You don't want this part of your tree to get stamped with ink. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna start with a completely clean, make sure it's clean, stamp. And then you can decide if you want it to go this way or this way. It doesn't matter. But the idea is when you ink it up, you want to stop about here. Because if you don't, you're going to get this part in the center, and you don't want that. So I'm going to ink it up. Can you see that? It's inked up just to about there, and then I'm going to stop. Okay? All right. So I'm going to take this, and I'm going to put my circle above this line. Just like that. Okay. Now I can go ahead and add some more and connect, but we got to be careful because you're going to be adding this piece, and I think this one goes all the way to the base, but we want to make sure that we can still see this guy, so it's got to be above there. So what I did is I took this piece, this fill-in piece. We're going to finagle a little bit. It's finagle time, you guys. Okay. So we're going to finagle. All right. So I'm going to take this piece, and I'm not going to put it right up against this piece. Okay. I'm actually going to bring it down just a little bit. This will make sense in just a second. Let's see. Do I want it that way or this way? I think I'm going to do it this way. You can do it whichever direction you want. Okay. And then I'm going to look at this and see where this is. Okay, that works. So now I can go ahead and line this up with my lines, just like that. Okay. All right, and then you have another circle up here if you want it, or you can just do these the rest of the way up. It's up to you. So I did it this way first, and then I changed my mind. So I'm actually going to go this way up the rest. And this will make sense here in a second. So let's see. Do I want it this way or this way? I think I want it this way. Yeah. I'm going to just go the rest of the way up with this. And you probably won't even need to go all the way up. That's probably enough, but let's see. I'm going to go ahead and do one more just to be on the safe side. We probably won't need it, but okay. Now, here's what I did. If you don't have the brown pen, you can come up with any other solution you'd like. Any kind of brown pen that you have will probably work. If you have our water-based markers, they're the best solution for it. But it's up to you. So this is what I did. Whoops, did I grab the right one? Yeah. So I took my early espresso, and I'm literally gonna just connect really gently because this is a fine line. So I'm just gonna connect my lines. Does it need to be perfect? No. I'm just gonna connect some of these lines, and some of them don't need to connect. They just need to extend a little bit so it looks natural. So you can see some of them I'm connecting and some of them I'm not. But I'm going to try to do it as thinly as possible. If you have our thinner ones that we used to have, it works better. I will say that. And I think that's what I used for this one. But either one will work. It's up to you. Okay? All right. So once you've done that, we're probably going to need that again, but I'm going to move it off to the side. All right. we're going to, sorry, I forgot one thing. We need these. So we need this little guy, and we need one of each of the animals. And we're going to stamp our bear and our, what am I saying? Our bear and our hedgehog, and then our branch in this color as well. If you want to do your sentiment in this color, you can. I chose green, so I'm going to wait and do that here in just a second. Okay, so I did not mean to put that away. That's what I was saying. I knew I needed to keep it out. I know, it's adorable. It really is. It's a cute set. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and stamp these three. So I need this little piece to finish off my little tree. So I got that piece done. And then we're going to do our bear. And our hedgehog. We're going to color these in just a second. All right, then I'm going to grab my black. And we're going to do the raccoon. Oh, you know what? I meant to stamp my, hold on, let me do the bird real quick. Our woodpecker. I'm going to grab that early espresso again and stamp my, if you did it already, you're good to go. But I'm going to stamp my envelope with my hedgehog. I'm going to grab the old olive. And we're going to stamp a few different things with that. So we're going to stamp our sentiment, whatever you want it to say. I'm going to do happy birthday for this one. Whoops. Sorry about that. That was probably loud. Happy birthday. And we've got our grass, or rather our tree slash bush piece, but we're only going to do our trees with this. So I'm going to take both of these and, whoops, I need to put a scratch piece under here. Come on, go under there. There we go. Okay, so these line up differently, so just make sure that you get them lined up right. Oops, go this way. So this one is, I'm like wondering if I got this straight, or maybe it's crooked. Clean this off so I can move it. If you're finding that it's not lining up, you may have picked it up wrong. So one of the things you can do is you can put it on your actual piece of paper, line it up, get it all lined up, and then pick it up. And now it should be correct. You can always do that with the clear stamps. So probably why my other one was off, because I probably picked it up wrong. Just like that. And then I can do this other side with the end here that I did. If you want those to connect, you can totally use your marker for that, but it's not really necessary. Okay, so then I'm gonna do this one. Not bad. It's okay. It's not perfect, but it'll work. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and stamp on here a couple of the leaves as well, the little extra. What do I do with those? Oh, here they are. So I did do a few on this bottom piece, but not too many because you can't see much of it anyway. So it's just an extra layer. But what's important is the top part. So I am going to move that one out of the way. This top piece though, you can see I added a lot more leaves to this one because I knew I was going to be punching anything. So you can add them wherever you want. There is no right or wrong. Just do some clusters in different areas and have your leaves going in different directions. And you'll notice I do some clusters that are like 2 or 3, some that's just a single one, whatever. And you can even just have like a little leaf coming in over the edge. That looks really nice too. So do those in a couple of places as well. Okay. Just like that. All right. I think that's all of the stamping, pretty sure. So now let's do our coloring. So we're going to color these guys just like we did before. So we're going to use our dark real red to do the little crest, whoops, on him. And of course you'll do your envelope too. I'm not going to worry with coloring the envelope at the moment. I'm going to use my black, this is black, right? Yeah. My basic black to color the woodpecker's wing and backside. And then I'm going to come up from the belly a little bit. I'm going to use smoky slate, the dark smoky slate from there. Now I understand why my other woodpecker looks like it was so dark there. I was like, why does that not look as light as it should? And then the light, and you can see I'm blending all that in because when you do that, it really creates that blended look up to the top, which is really nice looking. Okay, so we did that, and then I'm gonna do my raccoon while I've got these 3 colors out. So I've got the black, which I'll do my, oh, the price you would pay at a store for a card like this? Oh, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. No. Store cards are so expensive. Oh my gosh. They're so expensive. So I'm going to do my eyes there. And then I'm going to take the dark smoky slate and do the little tufts here in the ears. And some like hair-like features here in the center. And then I can see that there is some adhesive on my little raccoon down here. So I'm just gonna make sure I've got all that off before I color. Because on that other one that I did earlier, I think it was one of the hedgehogs, it didn't color it the same. Okay, so then I'm gonna take the light and we're just going to go over that area and then on the inside of the ears. And then I'm going to do his paws and his body. It looks kind of funny if you don't do the paws, so that's why I do them. And the, yeah, see that? That's weird. That adhesive is leaving a residue. Renee, whatever tape you're using is leaving some kind of residue. I don't know what's doing that. That's so weird. Okay, so anyway, that gives it a shadow. It will lighten up and it'll look like that if you do it that way. So, okay, so there's those two done. And then we need to do these two with our browns. So I'm gonna grab, whoops. I'm gonna grab my pecans, my crumb cake light, and my my dark. Now I didn't use the dark on this bear. I did this one in all pecan, but if you want to, you totally can. So I'm gonna use, or deep, whatever you call this color. I swear I think they changed the name of it. I don't use it often enough, so I haven't changed the label. But I swear they called it 100 dark at first, and now it's like deep, I think, or something. Anyway, so my little spikes here. So here's my question. I want to know, out of all these animals, what's your favorite? Do you like bears better? Do you like hedgehogs better, raccoons better, or woodpeckers, or any kind of bird, really? What's your favorite animal? Or you can leave the bird out, I don't care. Which is your favorite? Just curious. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay. Oh, and then I'm trying to remember, did I use the dark or the light on this? I'm gonna test it under here. I can't remember if I used the dark or the light. I think it's the light, actually. Yeah, I think it's the light. But you guys can choose whichever one you want. Okay, so I'm gonna just use the light here and blend all of this in. And then I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna leave a little bit, just a tiny little bit of the inside of the ear without color. You don't have to do that, you can color it in, but I tried to leave a little bit. And then I'll leave the muzzle without color too. You can see that didn't work very well. I got too close. It's blending in. That's okay. And we'll do a little paw. And then I can come back under here and do a little bit of shading under the chin if I want to. And then for the body of this guy, I'm gonna do the crumb cake light. Okay. Easy peasy, right? So we have all of those little guys done. Now we also need to grab our Stampin' mat or some kind of cutting surface. You're gonna cut the holes out of these again like you did before, but it's up to you. It's up to you how you do it. So I'm going to use my X-Acto. love them all, but I have to pick one. It would be the hedgehog. Okay, she's the only one that's answered. Oh, you like the wolf. Okay, hold on. I gotta back up. So, you guys got going in. Let's see. Flo says raccoon. Ruthie says hedgehog. Hedgehog's my favorite. Raccoon would be my second. Kathy likes a woodpecker. But Carmen says she likes wolves. I agree. I like wolves too, but you like the bear. And Darlene says the hedgehog. There's a whole lot of you that did not vote. I'm just saying. You're supposed to vote. All right. So I'm going to make my little X. I wonder if I can cut this out with my X-Acto. I'm not very good at that, but I could try. How many of you cut it out with your X-Acto, or do you cut it out with your scissors? I do like making the X with the X-Acto, though. Can we cut it out? I should be using my self-healing mat, because it does make a lot of little... It doesn't really matter, though. Let's see. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think I might go ahead and try it with this. I feel like it's not as smooth as my scissors, but it's because I am more practiced at using scissors than I am at X-Acto knives. If you're more practiced at using X-Acto knives, you might be better with this. So I have never used X-Acto knives for precision work, but they can be very precise. I feel like I'm holding my mouth funny when I do that. That's the biggest problem, is I feel like I'm leaving it like a little bit. It's not perfect. That's okay. It's up to you. Y'all do it how you want. Okay. Whoops. I put the lid on like I should, and then I forgot. Someone asked me the other day, do we sell the blades, the replacement blades for this? No, because they're just standard X-Acto knife blades. So you can buy those anywhere. And you can buy whatever shapes you like, because there's different styles of blades. So if you like to have different ones, you can get different ones too. It's just the holder that's the important part. I actually really love the grip on this. Tool. Okay, so once you have those done, I'm gonna recycle all my little inside pieces. Okay. All right, next we are going to take this piece and we're going to pop this in here. So this one that has the hole right above the bend, we're actually going to put, sorry about hiccups. We're going to pop this in here, and we want to score this. Got really bad hiccups. We want to put the score line that's right below the hole that you just made at the 2 3/4 mark. So at the 2 3/4 mark, you're going to go ahead and score like so. We're going to take our card base, and I like to dry fit this, is what they call that. If you are a woodworker, you know what I'm talking about. I dry fit this. So I can see right now that mine is a little bit long. So I'm going to actually come back, and I'm going to go just to this side and score again, and that'll make it set a little bit better. So the closer you get it to the actual spot, the better it's going to fit in your card. I forgot to do that when I did this card. So dry fit it if you can, and you'll be happier in the long run because you want it to sit. It's never going to open up perfect. Y'all need to know that. It's just the way it is because you've got thick cardstock and it's not going to fit perfectly, but that's okay. You don't need it to be perfect. You just need it to fit in there nicely. Ooh, I hear thunder. Okay. So what we're going to do before we add this to our actual card base, we're going to grab our remaining pieces. If you decided to do a third circle, you can use one of these for that. I only need 2 because I decided to do 2 this time, but I did give you all 3 in case you decide you want this hollow one up here. So we're going to go ahead and put this back here, but before I do that, I'm going to take my little raccoon and I'm just going to stick him in here like that, just so that I have that space. You can see here that he goes a little too far down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim the bottom of my raccoon. Okay, just like that. Now you can tape this in here if you want to, but you don't need to. We're just going to take this and we're going to add adhesive behind here and across here. So lots of adhesive. And then we're going to add our little wood piece, the little hollow hole, right? We want that piece in there. And you can tilt these guys if you want them to be off, you know, tilting like this. You can totally do that. In fact, I'll do it on this one just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So you can do this if you want to. I'm going to just trim a little bit off that corner because I don't want it to bunch up in this area. Okay. So if you do that, that's fine. And then you're going to take your hollow and you're going to add that on. Don't put it too close again to this bend. Okay, so add your hollow in there. Again, you're going to take a mat to stick under here. We're going to grab our hedgehog. Basically, I left the bear out because I figured the bear can't fit inside most trees. But the raccoon and the hedgehog could. That was my thinking. Whether or not that's right, I don't know. And then do what you want with your hedgehog, whether or not you want it straight or crooked. It's up to you. I'm going to do crooked just so you guys can see the difference. And then again, I'm going to add adhesive around the hollow and on my hedgehog. We're going to add our hollow on here, just like that. Okay. And now we're going to add adhesive to the whole thing. But before we do that, we need to cut out our tree. So I went ahead and added the hollows because I figure if you're going to cut it and you need it to be straight, then it's easier to just go ahead and do that than have to worry about it later. So I'm going to leave a little bit of an edge, or you can cut directly up against it. It's up to you. And you can see why it doesn't make sense to try to die cut this one out because, well, for one, this is pretty easy to fussy cut around. But if you tried to die cut this, it wouldn't work because everyone's going to stamp differently, right? So, and then the die cut is going to try to cut things you don't want cut either. So it just works a lot better to just fussy cut this out. It's pretty quick and easy. It doesn't have to be a hard thing to do. We don't have any like major stuff we're going around. So all right, let go. Yes, there's some adhesive on that. It wanted to stick. Okay, so now that we've got that, I'm going to go ahead and add some more adhesive to this. Let go of my finger. It is totally stuck to me. Okay, so I'm going to add some more adhesive to this in all the places. Add some there, here, and here. All right, so we're going to take this and we're going to add this on here. So I usually do this bottom piece first. And then I'm just going to fold it over. And then fold it over. And yes, I'm doing this on purpose. Why? Because I want to make sure it's going to fold flat. If it doesn't open all the way, that's okay. What you don't want, see, it doesn't want to open all the way, but you do want it to fold flat. So that's the way you want to put it on. Put this bottom piece on first, then add your next spot and then fold that over. Okay, so that gets you your base. All right, so then we're going to add our grass, or not grass, but we're gonna add our shrubs, our bushes. Okay, so here's our bushes, and you can see here I didn't get enough stamping on that, so if I want to, I can add more, but I'm just gonna lift this up a little bit, and that works fine too. And then you've got your second piece down here if you want to. I think I'm gonna stamp on that real quick because I did not realize that I hadn't gone all the way down. I think I forgot earlier, so that's my bad. Okay, so I'm just gonna stamp. I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try to finagle it. I should have just done the base of the tree is what I should have done. But that's okay. Let's see if that's enough. It's not perfect, but it'll work. Whoops, wrong piece. This piece. Because we really just need this side. Yeah, that's good. That'll work. I didn't realize it wasn't going to cover it. Right about there. My piece is actually a little bit tiny. Hopefully yours isn't too small. This bottom piece. Okay, so that's how I'm going to do it. So the little piece goes on the bottom. And so what I did is I just put adhesive on here. I'm doing this on my mat so that if I go over the edge, it won't connect. And then I'm going to add this piece down here, but I'm not going to push down at the top. I'm only pushing down at the bottom. Then I'm going to add adhesive here. And I will, again, only push down at the bottom. Well, let me get this in here. Just tuck it in. Till you get it lined up. Just like that. Okay, and then take your bear. Sorry, I know that was probably hard to see what I was doing. And we're going to tuck him in. So I'm just going to add. Now you can add a dimensional on him if you want to. If you want to put, I'll show you that. Since I didn't do it here, I will show you real quick. Like we did earlier, you can put a dimensional on his head. And then add some adhesive here. And then just tuck him in right here. Just like that. Now you can push down on all of that. And so cute. Okay, then we're gonna add our top part of our tree. So I take this piece and I'm just gonna add it right here, but before I put it down, I'm gonna grab a piece of washi tape like this so I can see where I'm going. I meant to add that on first. Washi, I'm sorry, little chiseler to the rescue. All right. So I'm going to lift this up a little bit. And I'm going to add this guy under here, but I want to add it so that it is, it's got some under, but I want to put it behind this part. Do you see what I'm saying? So I want to see part of it, but not all of it. And then I want the actual tree part to be like that. So I'm going to bring this down to about there. Okay. So now that I've seen that, I know about where that is. I can add my adhesive here. And I'm going to bring that in where I put it, just like that. Then I can push that back down. Now I can add adhesive to this part and put that on here, just like that. And I can take my washi tape off. Just kind of helps me line it up. It's hard to hold everything with your hands, so washi tape helps with little added extras. Okay, so now we're gonna add our little branch, which just really makes it tree-like, right? So we're gonna take this little guy, just like we did before, and we're gonna add some adhesive. Come on, green glue, work. I think I left it open too long a minute ago. I'm also getting low. And again, I'm going to pop this under this top piece like this and behind my other piece, just like that. Isn't that cute? So cute. Just like that. And then I'm going to add my little woodpecker. You can put a dimension on this, but because it's going to be tucked under here, I didn't really like that. So you can add your woodpecker here if you want to, but you see how I have the sentiment there? So I ended up not doing that. I went ahead and brought him down into this section, but it's up to you what you guys decide to do with that. So I'm going to add him here. And then I'm going to fold that flat. Again, it's going to take a little bit of time, and an envelope helps a lot with folds like this, but you can use your, you know, your bring him down. I didn't realize how close he was to the top. It is quite a distance between those two. So I probably should have put one more section of the extra piece there. That would have been better, but that's okay. All right, then we're gonna add our little, let me close this before I get ink on something. We're gonna add our little white gems, our matte dots. And so I'm gonna take a large one, put it here, a small one, and put it up here, and then whatever other size you have up here. That makes a triangle, and you're done. Isn't that the cutest card? I love it. So cute. Okay. Now, we're done with the cards. However, you don't want to go anywhere because we have a layout to do too. And I have to tell you, I've got some prizes to give away. So I'm going to do super quick announcements. We're going to do prizes, and then we'll do the layout. And that's, in case you've never done this before, that's how I do all of my classes for my my card classes and clubs, because I do a layout as well. I always do the layout at the end. That way, those of you that don't scrapbook have the opportunity to leave. But you can decide if you like your little guy leaning or straight or whatever, all the things. Plus, we also have to use our little glaze pen. So I'm gonna just add my little, and make sure you leave this sitting open so it can dry. And of course, I'll do the envelope too. So cute. Oh, and you also have your pencil that you can do right over the raccoon's eyes. You can also do right here in his little, I don't know what you call that, but like his upper lip area. That's also usually got some white. So if you want to add that, you can. Okay. So there's all of that. Super cute, right? All right. So I'm going to set this aside so it can dry. Okay, quick announcements. You ready? I'm trying to move all this stuff out of the way. Okay, so for those of you that may have not seen yesterday's video, you're definitely going to want to see these announcements because it's got the current club that's coming up. You're not going to want to miss it. And that is our June card club. The June card club is so cute. Okay, we're using the Cheers and Sips set. This is a new set that you can buy. You guys, this is so cute. I don't normally buy drink sets except for like wine glasses because you think of like using those for like New Year's or an anniversary. But these are so cute because it has all the different little things that you would put in a drink. So blackberries, strawberries, ice, an umbrella, and here's the little line for your umbrella. You have the little stick for your olive, your cherry, your celery, mint, I think is what that's meant to be, your orange, and not sure. I think this is supposed to be lavender, and I'm not sure what that one is. Does anybody know? Anyway, you've got some different, I don't know, I don't make drinks. So, but anyway, they're so cute. And then you have cheers along with your other parts that you can add with that. So you can cheers to you, cheers to us, cheers it's your day, or cheers let's celebrate, or just cheers by itself, which is super cute. So, of course, you can buy the dies that coordinate, which are awesome. And you've even got this little, I've got hiccups now, this little inside piece that makes these little star-like emboss looking things. So I love this set, you guys. I think rosemary, I wondered if that was rosemary. You're probably right. I don't know. I don't make mixed drinks, so I don't know what spices they would use in a drink. I don't know what you'd put rosemary in. Do you know? I don't know. Ball size hail in Mustang and Yukon headed east. Oh, that's great. Thanks for letting me know, Sandra. My husband's watching the weather. Yes, it is an adult set in the sense of, you know, cheers type things you're probably going to send to an adult. But I love it. Anyway, so let me show you the cards that we're going to make because they are so cute. So first off, we have, you guys know I have to make fun folds. So we have this one, and there's adorable paper that comes with this. You're going to get the paper that goes with this, which has all the drinks, and it has all kinds of fun designs as well. And so this one, you can probably make these cards, honestly, you could probably make these cards with a little bit of tweaking without ever buying the stamp set. So if you don't think you're going to use the stamp set, but you'd like to make the cards, you can still get it. But you do want to have some other sentiment to put on your cards. I'm obviously going to be using the sentiments from the stamp set, but you can see here I cut out these drinks and they're super easy to fussy cut. So as long as you're okay with fussy cutting, you can totally do that. So anyway, we have this cute one with the two drinks, and this is a double flat fold style card. We also have this one with the umbrella. I love the umbrella. I almost cut this out of designer series paper with a pattern, but I changed my mind, and I may go back and change it again. I don't know, because it's so cute to do that. But anyway, so we have our, I love it. That's the only thing you won't, well, is there, I can't remember if there's an umbrella in the thing you could cut out or not. Let me see. So this is the paper. It's so cute. And you can see here, this is what I cut. I stamped these on top of these pieces and then, you know, stamped my own inside pieces. So that's what I used for this. But you can use the main drink page, which is what I cut out most of the drinks, other drinks from. Hold on, let me find it. I can't remember what color it is. Let me find it. Which one is it? Oh, it's this one. Okay. Oh, I think I used a lot of it. Okay, I did. It's this one right here. So it has all these different drinks in it. So I guess you could probably cut out that umbrella if you wanted to and stick that in there if you don't have the stamp set. But anyway, you can cut out all of these, and I took a whole page and fussy cut out all of these. So you can see I have a whole bunch of them in a baggie right here that I cut out. So it's super cute. Really, really cute set. So you don't have to have the stamp set per se to use this. There's even some pictures of like sangria or strawberry lemonade in here as well. So in the little one, so you could do that too. But you wouldn't want to put them with the big glasses because that wouldn't fit. And there's bottles of wine and all the things, right? So was it this one? I think it's this one. Hold on, I gotta look. Nope, which one did I do it in? I forgot. I am losing track. I swear I did that, but now I can't find it. Maybe, oh, I know what it was. Okay, anyway, so there's that one. Then we have this one here that is in the purples and greens, which is so cute. Love the purples and greens. And then finally, the one that I was inspired to do from the one in the catalog. It is different, but it is, I was inspired by the rainbow kind of order of the glasses, which I thought was super cute. At least 14 cocktails: rosemary, greyhound, blood orange. Oh, you know your drinks, Jeffrey. I don't. I do not at all. That's awesome. So rosemary, greyhound, blood orange, and rosemary bear, and more. Oh, the cards are cute. Yeah, so you can make the cards without the stamp set, but you're going to have to use something else for your sentiments is what I'm trying to say. So anyway, I think these turned out super, super cute. So if you're interested in this club, you're going to get a full pack of the paper. You're going to get a pack of these super cool embellishments. And of course the card kits. Then for those of you that scrapbook or would like to give scrapbooking a try, you can make this cool layout as an add-on to the club. To sign up for any of my events, you just need to text me and say, hey, I want to sign up for that event, and I'll be happy to get you signed up. Another computer glitch, going to have to reboot yourself. I'm having another computer glitch. What was my computer glitch? Oh, it's... Are you there? You guys there? I'm sorry. You know what it was? It was still going on my screen, so I didn't know. There was an emergency alert on my phone. So if you guys missed anything, I'm sorry. There was an emergency alert on my phone. Did you guys miss anything? Tell me if you did. Okay, tell me, do I need to repeat anything? If so, what was the last thing you guys heard? Yeah, I got one of those stupid emergency alerts on my phone. Sorry about that. It's tornadic weather. May is tornado month, so... Couldn't find where I just placed an item. You're fine. Does anybody know where I went out? Did y'all see all 4 of the cards? I love, by the way, I like Bloody Marys, so I totally love this one. Anyhow, hope you guys like the layout too, and make sure to add that onto your class order when you sign up. If you guys need me to repeat anything, please tell me. Yes, we are in severe weather. Yep. During the last card. So you guys saw the last card though? So the last card is inspired by the one in the catalog where they did the rainbow of drinks. This is different from that one, but it was inspired by it. So it does have a rainbow of drinks. So sorry about that. Anyway, please sign up for this event or any of my events by texting me if you're interested. You can get the add-on layout, which you guys saw when I popped back on. So sorry about that. I had no idea, but I'm so glad you guys told me. Okay. Sorry about the glitch. Okay, so by the way, registration for this closes on 5/28. Okay, So make sure you're signed up by then. I am doing this a little later than normal only because I got this one done later. So I wanted to make sure to give you guys a little extra time to sign up. So you have about 2 weeks to sign up for this. So it's about 10 days, 11 or 12 days at this point to sign up for this. So make sure you're signed up by the 28th. That will definitely be the cutoff because I have to get my order in the next day. Also, we have In Color Club. If you guys are interested in this, I'm going to probably do a post all about it. But In Color Club is something I do every year for the new In Colors from the new annual catalog. So we have Strawberry Slush, Timid Tiger, Darling Duckling, Cloud Cover, and Secret Sea, which are all gorgeous colors. And so if you would like to be a part of this and get all 8 items, you're going to get a full pack of the 24 sheets of cardstock. You're going to get the ribbon. You're going to get the Stampin' Right marker, the blends markers, and yes, those are different. One's water-based and the other one's alcohol-based. So they're important that you have both. The strawberry refill, words. The ink refill with the ink pad as well. Plus you're going to get the designer series paper, is that everything? And one card kit made by me, designed by me. It will be included in each month, and so we'll be doing that card, of course, on a live. And so you'll get one for each of the months, June, July, August, October, and November. We skip September because there'll be another paper share that month. And then, of course, you'll be able to get these every month for the 5 months for $66 for each of the packs. So it's going to get you a lot of stuff at a great price, plus a card kit, plus the PDFs, all of the things. And you're also going to get a free gift from me, which is the amazing 25-27 In Color flat pearls. So great deal if you guys are interested in that. For those of you that are demonstrators and maybe you've already purchased all this stuff for yourself, but you want my card kits or just my PDF, I do have that option. The card kits and PDF are 15 plus 5 shipping, or the PDF only is 10. So you guys can sign up for those if you're a demonstrator and already purchased all of the stuff. You will need the product, though, to complete the cards. You can't do it without the product. So if you're thinking you can just buy the card kits and not buy the product, it won't work that way, because if you don't have the paper and the inks and all that stuff, you're not going to have everything you need. Okay, so just know that. Also, last thing is, if you would like to get my Creative Inspiration Calendar totally for free, all you need to do is sign up for my email list by texting me your email. You'll get this on or around the 25th of every month. It includes all of my Facebook Lives, so you know what inspiration is coming your way via live, plus all the other days have a creative prompt on them. So you can do something creative every day. It does include all my Facebook Live information and all my contact information. And of course, I try to make them super cute for you guys. So make sure to sign up for that. Okay. That is all of the announcements, which means it is now time for the product drawing. So if I can get a drum roll, please, I will put out some goodies for you guys. We are going to do one drawing live, and we're going to do one next week. So I'm going to save this one, and we're going to do the one from a couple weeks ago. Also tonight. So the cool thing is, if you're on live, you get to be in both drawings, but if you only watch the replay, you still get to be in one drawing, because I hate to not let you guys be in a drawing just because you can't join me live. So those of you that join live get extra chances. Plus it's fun to chat with you and all the things, right? So thank you for the drum roll. So I'm going to put some goodies out here. Okay, so we have the Love of Spring die set. So I have a couple sets of these for you guys. This is the add-on die set for our Paper Pumpkin. And you can't get it unless you're Paper Pumpkin subscriber or here in my drawing. So there you go. Also, we have the Most Adored Designer Series paper. This is a specialty designer series paper because it has foiling in it. And we also have the Melon Mambo and Granny Apple Green foil. We have the Pick 4 ink spots. If you do choose this option, you get to pick what 4 colors you want out of my list of options. We also have D-size Stampin' blocks. We have the gold holly leaves, which are a fabric embellishment with gold thread going through them. And the little chiseler. This is not a Stampin' Up! Product. It is a company all its own. I buy the little chiselers in bulk and pass that savings on to you. So if you ever want to buy these, they're $2 a piece. Or you can get them free in my drawing. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to grab the link from this video. Hope everyone has commented. Did we have anybody new today? I noticed we lost some people because of my little emergency alert, so I feel really bad about that. Sorry, I had no idea that was happening. I wasn't paying attention if we had anybody new on. I asked and then I was so busy doing what I was doing, I didn't see if anybody responded. So if somebody knows if there was anybody new on, that'd be great. Okay, so I've got all the comments. I'm gonna hit start. And our first winner is me. The little item numbers that I typed in, it made me the winner. Yeah, no. So I'm gonna pick another person. That's hilarious. Okay, Sandra Easley, you are the winner for the first drawing. So if you will pick a prize and put it in the comments, please. And then I'm gonna come over here to last week's drawing, which was our paper pumpkin video. And I'm going to pop that link in the random Facebook comment picker. That is the website that does my drawings for me. And I'm going to get all the comments and hit start. And the week before, winner is Katie Nickerson. So congratulations to Katie. I don't know if you're on, Katie. I didn't see any comments from you, but that doesn't mean anything. I may have just missed them. So if you are on, please put in the comments what you want. Otherwise, I will text you guys and see what you guys want. And then for those of you that are sticking around for the layout, don't go anywhere or you'll miss it. No. We're going to be doing that momentarily. Okay. So it looks like Sandra wants the dies. Awesome. Got it. And does anybody know? I was going to say, I didn't think that Katie was on, so I will text her and let her know that she won. Okay. So let me move this out of the way. All right. So time for scrapbooking. For those of you that need to leave, I love you. God bless and all the things. I'll see you tomorrow. And if you're sticking around for the scrapbook kit, it is now time for that. So this is what our scrapbook page looks like. Super cute. So we're going to go ahead and put that together. So in your kit, which looks like this, you have your PDF, which I won't show on screen. You can always buy it from me if you like. You do always get a clear sleeve from me so that you can use those in your scrapbooking pages. And we're just going to pull all this out of here. All right. Whoops. Okay. So we do have our little bag of goodies. You're going to notice you have a whole bunch of flowers left over. We're going to be using some of those in our scrapbook page. So if you didn't get the scrapbook page, you're just going to have a whole bunch of extra little flowers left over, which you can put on any of your cards if you'd like. Now, I didn't add them to all the cards because I figured you might want to send some of those to guys and you may or may not want to put flowers on them. But if you're going to send them to a girl, by all means, add your flowers. Some guys want the flowers too. You know your guys and gals better than I do. So whichever they want, you can do. All right. So I'm going to put all my little small pieces in here. And we're going to make sure we don't lose our ribbon. And what we're going to do is we have these pieces. So this is for our tree. We have our top of our tree and then we have shrubs, right? So we'll do that here in just a second. Also, I want to sort out our sides here. So for the left-hand side, you need to have the beige and the early espresso plus the circle. And then for the right hand side, you're going to have all the other big pieces. So you're going to have a early espresso, a beige, this old olive piece that's been run through the fern folder, this piece that's been run through the timber folder, and this cute little scalloped piece as well. All right, so that's all on your right hand side. So to start off, we're going to stamp our tree. Now, we've done that already, so we're just going to do basically the same thing, although this time you are going to have, whoops, I need the, here we go. We are going to have essentially, let me show you something. Hold on. Okay, so this is your piece, all right? And you're going to have your bush down here, or, you know, shrubbery. So you're going to want to make sure that you're going to have one of the circles toward the bottom. Yes, I put my bear in here. If you don't want your bear in the tree, which is probably not likely, honestly, then you could put your other two animals here, leave an empty circle up here, and put your bear beside it. It's up to you. I went ahead and put all three in here just because it's cute, but you guys can do it whichever way you prefer, okay? You could also put the bear on the ground behind the bush. Don't put a circle here, and just put two like that, two circles, and all the fill-ins, right? So there's options. It's up to you what you choose to do, okay? Also, you have your tree piece, which is going to go up here. So as you can see, this piece overlaps a little bit, right? So what I tried to do is just, I just kind of want to show you that so you can see. So I just try to put my circle up a little bit, but not too far up for the first one. And then you can choose how far apart. So I also, let me show you how I did it. So I also have my little woodpecker here. So I did make this space a little bit bigger just so there was more empty here for my woodpecker, just to space out my animals, but it's not totally necessary. So if you don't want this one to be quite as high, which I think in my second one I would do it a little bit lower, you can do that. But keep in mind that you have the separation between because of the stamping, you're not going to be able to get them necessarily any closer. So we'll play around with that and see what we come up with. Okay, so you guys can do it however you wish. All right. So that said, now let's stamp. All right, so we're going to start with our tree stamp. And I am going to do, where did I do with my, here we go. My first one. I think I want to do it about here. So I'm not going to, I'm only going to leave maybe half an inch between the bottom and there, okay? Then I'm going to do one layer, I think is what I did. Or did I just do it straight? I'm trying to look and see here. I can't remember. Yeah. So I'm going to do one layer of this guy. Now, for this next section, I want to make sure I don't have any ink on the bottom, okay? So I'm going to ink this up. Like so. And stop. You guys can see where my ink stops. About like that. Now you can see mine doesn't line up perfect. It's not the end of the world. We can fix that. I'm going to take this one and again add my next section. You can see I left a gap. I didn't get close enough. It's not the end of the world. You can fix that too. And let's see. Do I want to put one more? Yeah, let's put one more. I think that's why I did 3 between, is because I didn't like where it ended otherwise. And then we'll do a 3rd. One up there. Okay. So any of your non-connected parts, you can do your marker again. If you have the other thinner one, it works best, which is what I used the first time around, but I'm using this one because a lot of you only have this one. Another way to make this blend in is to go through and add some extra. You can see here, if it doesn't line up perfect, it's not the end of the world. But you can add some extra thick lines in other places. See how I blend that in to just connect? This is a really fun technique to add some difference to certain stamps that you can extend or add to, which is really fun. So, and not all of these need to connect either. So you can go through and add thickness to other areas that are just random, so it looks a little more natural if you want to. So it's not just in one place. That's another thing you can do to make this look a little bit more intentional. Anyway, you get the idea. Okay. So then we're going to cut. We're just going to fussy cut real quick. Again, you can't really use the die for this because not all the spots are going to line up right if you try to use the die, and it's a super quick fussy cut. So honestly, it's a lot. It would take you significantly longer to try to die cut this out over fussy cutting it. And it's essentially, I mean, not exactly a straight line, but essentially a straight line. So I'm just gonna fussy cut this out real quick. I think I might know what you guys were talking about with the dies. There is a circle, and maybe that's what y'all are talking about. Die. I was a little confused by it though. Maybe you guys can help me here. Hold on, give me 1 second. Maybe I was looking at it wrong. I don't know. And that might be what you guys were talking about earlier. So in the die set, there's a separate circle. And what confused me is it doesn't actually line up with the other one at all. So I'm not really sure what the purpose of this is, other than to just put a circle by itself anywhere in the tree, which you can do if you don't want to use this so that you have like an actual circle. You can just stamp straight up the thing, and then you can add a circle anywhere by die cutting out. Now, obviously that wouldn't work for what we're doing because you guys may or may not have this die. But it doesn't actually line up with the stamp. Does that make sense? So you can't really use it to just die cut out. So I think that is the purpose of it, is to just add holes wherever you want in the tree, but you don't get these little circle lines around that if you do that. So Just be aware of that if that's what you guys were talking about earlier. I'm not sure, but yeah. Okay. So now that we've done that, we're going to go ahead and cut out our circles however you guys want to do that. Bye, Kathy. She's probably already left. I've got hiccups so bad. I'm going to try to just cut this out without even doing the X. We'll see how that goes. I think it might work a little bit better with the X-Acto if you don't do the X. If you do the scissors, you definitely want to do the X. I am so not precision with this, but you know, it takes practice just like anything else. I've always been a scissor person. So when they came out with this, I was excited, but I definitely don't use it as much as my scissors. How many of you would rather use an X-Acto knife over scissors? For fussy cutting. For this type of cutting, I guess I should say. Ah, that works. You know, funny thing is, I'm pretty sure that my husband is grilling outside, which I'm surprised he's trying to do in the rain. Although I think it might have stopped raining, but I'm surprised he didn't grill inside. So I do use my pinky finger to sort of brace my hand when I'm doing this, but just make sure it's not in the actual path of your X-Acto if you're using an X-Acto knife. Little tip from me to you. If you're a kid watching this, be careful with X-Acto knives. Use with an adult. In fact, let an adult do it. Honestly, because they scare me. Okay, so there's our tree. We're going to grab our tree top and we're going to stamp on this. So again, we have our little treetop piece that we're going to ink up. Actually, let me make sure, before we do that, I apologize. I still have my early espresso out, so I'm going to go ahead and finish the stamping I need to do with that, which means I need to grab my bear. I do have my little, my other two pieces that we'll be doing black with, and my, where is, please tell me, oh, whew. I was like, please tell me y'all have it. Oh, and I also need the branch. We're going to do those three pieces real quick. I was like, where's my other one? But he was underneath there. All right, so we have a bear. We're going to do his. Like so. We're going to do our hedgehog. And we're going to do our branch. Look up. Lego my ego. Okay. So we've got our branch done. We're gonna color these here in just a second. Before I do that, I need to stamp these two. Did it stop raining?
Yeah, it was pretty short.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna stamp in black for these two guys. So we've got our raccoon. And our woodpecker. Gotta love it. Okay, I haven't seen a comment in about 7 minutes, so I'm hoping everybody is still there. Next, we're gonna do Old Olive. Let's move these to the side for a second. We're gonna grab our tree top and we're gonna stamp on it. I'm gonna grab a scratch piece here. We've got our treetop that we're going to ink up. And let's see, where does this line up? Right there? Yep. So we've got that one. Just like that. And then the little leaf. Again, I'm going to do clusters. So you can do clusters in any way you want. So I'm going to go ahead and start over here. Oh, good. At least one of you's there. So there is no perfectly right way or wrong way. I just do recommend that you do different kinds of clusters in different directions with this. That's really the only thing that matters. And you'll notice I try to put the different clusters in different places throughout this area. Okay. So once you've got that done, we're going to set that aside. We're going to do some coloring. All right, so we've got these little guys that we're going to color just like we've done all the times before. So red on his little updo. I guess I should put my ink pad away, shouldn't I? Yep. All right, I'm going to grab black. And I'm going to do the eyes of my raccoon. Now I am going to put my glaze on this too. I just won't put it back in the sleeve for a while after I do the glazed eyes. So you guys can do that. Did I remember? Oh yeah, I did. We're gonna add our black here at the base. I'm gonna grab my grays and start with Smoky Slate Dark from the bottom up, moving up, and then light again from the bottom up. It's gonna lighten that all up a little bit, and I'm also gonna do his beak. So cool. Okay, for the raccoon, I'm going to do, oops, the little tufts in his ears. And some little hairs here in the center. And then I'll fill those two areas in. Plus I'm gonna do his paws, and I come up under the face. Honestly, you usually don't have to worry about a lot of this because it's not even going to be seen, but I do go ahead and do it just because I don't know how much of it's going to be seen. So, and okay, so those two are done. Stick all those over here for a second. We're going to move to our browns. I've got my 100, my pecan dark and light, and my crumb cake light. So I'm curious, how many of you, because I know there's not a lot of you left on here, but even if you're watching this as a replay, how many of you are Star Trek fans? Am I the only Trekkie here, or do some of you also like Star Trek? So I've been watching Star Trek my whole life, and we are currently watching. Well, we had watched the first several seasons before, but we got behind watching other things and finally came back to it. So we're rewatching Picard right now, which I really enjoy. I think it's if you guys remember Next Generation, of course it's Captain Picard, and it's the same person later on in life. And yeah, I really like it. I think it's cute. Well, cute might not be the right word, but y'all know what I mean. I mean, I think they did a really good job with it, I guess is what I should say. Star Trek, so I guess it's not cute, but okay. And then our light pecan, remember to blend everything here in our spikes area. If you don't go all the way to the base with this, it's gonna look funny. I'm just telling you. Okay, so we've got all that. Then I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna try to get my ear this time correctly. So I left kind of a little white, not white, but you know, crumb cake gap basically in there the last time. So you can try to do that or not, it's fine, whichever way you prefer. And then leave his muzzle. And then we're going to use our crumb cake light to color in the body of our hedgehog. Ta-da! Okay, so now that we have all of our little pieces, we're going to take our tree and place all these little guys. So I'm going to start with my bear down here. Again, if you want to do different angles, you can. So what I did is I put my bear straight, like he's on the ground, and then I put these guys at angles. So I have this one coming from this direction, and then this one coming from this direction. So I thought that was super cute. So now I'm going to flip it over and add my hollows, basically. So we're going to add some adhesive all the way around our hollow. And on our raccoon, do the same thing for the next spot. And so on and so forth. Alright, so then I'll just add my hollows. These are not exactly square. They do go up and down, is more narrow. So I recommend that. To make sure all of your circle is covered. But it should fit in the inside of your space. We'll add a little bit of adhesive on top of this. Put a little bit there, just like that. And I'm gonna grab one side. Now this is two-sided, so you have one light side, one dark side. I like the light better for this, but you could do either way. And so again, I'm gonna grab my grass and just see where that's gonna lay. Make sure that I'm gonna get this under there where I need it to be. And I'm gonna put it over about an inch because I have to have room for my branch. So we're gonna do it about there. Hopefully that works. And if your little raccoon is a little bit covered by the tree, it's actually kind of cute. So it's fine. Or you can always cut your tree off a little bit higher if you prefer, or you can move this down, whatever. It's up to you. So I kind of like that he's like poking out behind there. It's kind of cute. But if you want to cut off a little bit, you can. So decide where you want it. And you're going to add this piece on. So I think I'm going to do mine up just a little bit. Which means that I'm going to need to trim off a little bit because I did it a little bit higher than I had it. So I'd rather give you too much than not enough. You can always trim some off. So I'll just come back in here and trim this off. I'm gonna have to clean my scissors after this because they definitely are getting glue on them. All right, so I cut about 1/4 of an inch off mine. Whatever works for you, okay? All right, so then we're gonna go ahead, excuse me, and add our shrub. Now, if you don't mind width in your scrapbooking pages, you by all means can put dimensionals behind those, but I don't do that because I don't like my scrapbooking pages to be thick. I like them to stay thin, but it's completely up to you if you decide you want to do that. Hold on, I'm noticing I didn't get that quite flat. There we go. Okay. And then once you've done that, and I just realized I flip-flopped this upside down. So that's what was wrong with this being under there, but that's okay. So I'm just going to move, I'm going to move my, my little, well, it doesn't really matter, honestly. You could put him either place. So I don't know. Do I want to put him here or do I want to put him here? I might put him here. I think I like him right here. So whichever place you did, I'm going to show you my original. So you guys, you can see I turned him around and I wasn't paying attention. That's okay. It's not the end of the world. So I'm just going to adjust where my little guy is. It doesn't matter. Okay. I'm putting the wrong thing away. All right, and then I'm going to take my branch and I'm going to add that in. Whoops, I dropped him on the floor. Where'd he go? Okay, I'm going to take my branch and I'm going to add that in just like we did before. Let's see, I want to do it this way. You never saw, oh, do you not like science fiction though? If you don't like sci-fi, then yeah, don't bother. But if you like sci-fi, you need to watch, because Star Trek is like classic. So we're just going to add our little branch up under here. If you want to make it go out further, you can. It's up to you. Mine, I had kind of go off the page, which is totally fine. And so I'm just going to come in here and trim that. I did the same thing on my other one. I just didn't want to put the tree out too far this way. So yeah, that works fine. Okay. So now the rest of this page, we're going to add these two pieces. So we're going to add this piece here and this piece here. And then our circle is going to be here. So you can see why I said you could put the bear here if you wanted to. So it's up to you how you do that, but we're going to add these two pieces on here like this with our circle. So, and it's also why you don't want to push the tree out too far, because then you're not going to have room for your pieces. So we're going to add this on here. You know what? I think I want to add this one on first to make sure I'm straight. So I'm just going to add this one about 1/4 of an inch from the side. And then we'll do this one sort of centered between that. Just like that. I'm going to add my petal pink piece. And then you can cut your pictures with a circle die and add that in there, which is super cute. Okay, in here we have some clouds. We also have our sun we're going to be using, and then we have our words and flowers and stuff. But before we get to the words and flowers, we're going to do the sun and clouds. So for my sun, I'm going to add this piece on here. I'm going to pop that in the sky. He's not centered. It's going to bug me. Just like that. By the way, I know some of you had asked how the graduation went for my son. It was great. Really great. So thank you to everybody who sent cards. That was very sweet of you. He'll be getting thank yous out for anybody that sent gifts and things like that. Do not feel obligated. You do not need to do that. but some people did, so I'm going to make sure that he'll be doing that soon. Okay, and then this one we're going to cut. So this flat, kind of flat cloud, we're going to cut this basically in the middle of this top hump. So can you all see that? So I'm just going to cut it kind of flat and then in the middle of that hump. And I'm going to add that cloud piece over here. So on mine, it was down here, and my woodpecker was up higher, but in this one, it's going to be up higher, which is fine. So either way works. Okay. We're also going to put nature here. So you can do nature straight or you can do it crooked. It's up to you. So I'm going to take my nature dies, or die cuts rather, and I am going to lay them out the way I want them. And in my case, I wanted them to be not straight. But if you want it to be straight, you can do that with the grid by all means. So I'm going to just lay them out where I want them. I love doing this because you can make sure that it's perfectly spaced the way you want it to be and move it around. If you use stickers, you can't. So I love using dies. Okay, I like that. And I'm going to take my washi tape piece that I keep on the side of my desk and reuse several times until it dies. I'm going to pick up my nature just the way it is. Grab my mat, add some adhesive, which I left open, so it may or may not work. All right, close that. And we're going to take that and add that. Oops. Don't move. Stop moving on here. Okay. Also on this page, I'm going to add some flowers. So you can add as many as you want. I gave you a lot, so it's up to you, but you can add those down in the bottom. I only added, I only added like 3 to this side and then 3 to this side, but you guys, if you want to add like 5 to each side, you totally can. So however many you want to do, I would just add an odd number. You could add 3 to one side and 5 to another, just add an odd number, okay? So I'm going to punch out the centers of my flowers here, maybe. If I can. They're stubborn. All right. I have so many of these little flowers that I think I'm going to add more to this side. So I'm going to do 5 instead of 3. Oops. Because, yeah, I just basically cut out, like, a piece with all of the little... It's a die that has, like, a whole bunch of flowers. And I was like, I'll just give them all to them. Why not? So decide where you want them to be. Wherever you want them to be. Maybe something like that. Or more. Okay? And then go ahead and use your gummy end piece and your green glue. And add those on. Do I want to... I'll start over here. Ta-da! Okay. All right. We can take this off of here. Just make sure that you're being gentle when you take this off. You can always reuse that. And the easy side is the other side. You ready? Here we go. Oh, by the way, you can add your white over your eyebrows here, or over your eyebrows, over your eyes, and in the top lip on your raccoon. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the dots. I really like the way this looks. So I'm going to go ahead and do my eyes with my gel, my glaze pen. And just make sure that you put these somewhere where they won't get messed up while they dry. Okay. Next page, pop this on the bottom. We're almost done. Make sure I'm on the right side. Yes, I am. So we're just going to pop this on the bottom. This one did go over the edge a little bit too. Okay, so we've got this piece up here, this piece here. This piece is going to go a little bit under our grass. And then this one we're going to go ahead and mat just like this. Flip it over. I'm going to add adhesive all the way around because this is embossed. And I'm going to take my petal pink ribbon and I'm going to add this on here, just like that. Add a little bit more over the ribbon here on the back just to make sure it doesn't go anywhere and it also lays down nice and flat. And we're going to add that. That's a little bit crooked. Right here. I'm going to make sure all of these pieces are straight first because that is before I push it down. I want to make sure it's not crooked. I'm going to lay this one down next. Pop it on here. About 3/4 of an inch to an inch from the right hand side. And now I can make sure this is straight. Okay, we're going to add this piece closer to the edge. Top left. Oh, I'm glad you guys like this. About 1/4 of an inch from the left. I totally got that on my shirt when I moved it, and it picked up some cat hair. I was holding my cat earlier. And then this one we're going to move over a little bit. We do want some space here because we're going to add clouds. So oh wait, we do want to put this all the way around actually. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm in like habit mode right there. All the way around. Add this puppy on here. Just like that. We're going to take this cloud and we're going to add it right here. I think there's a little bit of adhesive on here. Yep. So I'm just going to add some adhesive here. Make sure you get the edge because it is going to get caught otherwise. And I'm going to barely overlap this brown piece. And then for this one, I am going to overlap this, but I'm not going to put adhesive on this side. So I'm only going to put adhesive on this side. That way I can tuck my photo up underneath. And it'll overlap a little bit my photo, which is super cute. And then we're going to add a few flowers to this side and we'll be done. Again, you can add as many as you want. Since I did 3 of the petal pink on the other side, I'm going to do 3 of the yellow on this side. So I'll poke out the centers and we'll add, let me see, yeah. I tried to go under there. Don't do that. Trying to get these centers out is interesting sometimes. They want to hold on for dear life. Okay, so we've got some flowers here. We'll go ahead, bless you. Yep, that was my husband. Add our flowers. Just like that. And bam, we're done. Isn't that cute? So cute. So once you've done the left side, you're pretty much in, you know, home free because the right side is super simple for this one. This is where all the work is. So there is your layout. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Thanks so much for joining me today. I hope that you have a great rest of your day and a great weekend. I'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central. God bless.